rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your...
Throws those things away somewhere at a gas station. You'll see the numerous text messages that Mr. Ferlazzo sends to Emily over Emily's phone over the weekend. The same phone that he turned off and put in a bag and threw away. From Saturday at 1 o'clock until Monday at 10:30 in the morning, he sends 16 text messages to her phone, asking where she is, asking her to come back, getting angry with her for not answering his calls or his text, and eventually telling her that he doesn't deserve this shit. You'll hear testimony from the medical examiner about how Emily's body was dismembered after she was killed with a serrated tool like a handsaw. You'll also hear that Emily's body was stabbed 18 times after she was killed. 1 stab to her chest, hitting her heart, 8 stabs to her abdomen, 9 stabs to her back. The medical examiner will tell you that these were stab wounds, not slicing wounds. And you'll hear Mr. Ferlazzo admit to cutting up Emily's body with a saw, putting it in garbage bags, and how he intended to bring her body into the woods and discard it. You'll hear how he greets his sister on Saturday morning after killing Emily with a text and says, "I just made some coffee. I can bring you some." He takes a shower at her Airbnb. They go to breakfast. When his sister asks where Emily is, he says she's sleeping. They have breakfast, he eats, he drinks a mimosa. They make plans to go to St. Albans, where another friend of his lives. He gives his sister a tattoo. They go out to dinner that night in St. Albans. On Sunday, he meets his sister for brunch here in Burlington. They hang out. He goes back to his friend's house in St. Albans, hangs out at a bonfire. You will hear testimony from an individual who was at that bonfire, an off-duty police officer, who will say that Mr. Ferlazzo was acting like a normal person and taking hits off a marijuana bomb at the bonfire. During that bonfire, he doesn't say anything to any of his friends or this off-duty police officer about what happened, or that he felt he had no other option but to kill Emily, or that he made a horrible mistake. The evidence will show that he began executing his plan to get rid of Emily's body. He cuts her up using a saw. He puts her body in trash bags. The evidence will show that in order to bring those trash bags into the woods to discard them, he needed to go to New Hampshire and get his Jeep. He drove his motorcycle that was stored at his friend's house in St. Albans 3 hours to his in-laws' house in New Hampshire where his Jeep was. When they ask him, "Where's Emily?" he says, "We got into a fight and she left on Saturday." He doesn't know where she is. His in-laws then report Emily missing. When the police call to speak to Mr. Ferlazzo about his missing wife, Mr. Ferlazzo tells the trooper the made-up story about how Emily went missing on Saturday, somewhere in Bolton, and the police ask him where his van is. Mr. Ferlazzo lies to the police and tells them that the van's not running well and that it is at an auto shop. He tells them that that auto shop is in Virgins. The evidence will show that this is when Mr. Ferlazzo's cover-up starts unraveling. The evidence will show that before Mr. Ferlazzo left his in-laws' home in St. Albans, they convinced him to turn on location sharing services on his phone. He started driving from New Hampshire back to Vermont around 8:15 on Monday night. On the way, he texts a friend who lives in Enosburg and says that he's going to be showing up at his house on Monday night at 11:20. While Mr. Ferlazzo is driving from New Hampshire to Vermont, police learn that the van is not in Virgins, and they locate the van in St. Albans. And they post a couple of troopers outside of the van. Mr. Ferlazzo eventually arrives at his friend's house in Enosburg. They hop in his friend's car because Mr. Ferlazzo has said, "I need a ride to go get my van." As they're driving and getting close to where the van is parked at his friend's house in St. Albans, they start to see troopers. Mr. Ferlazzo tells his friend to turn around. His friend confronts him about what's going on, asking him if those troopers are for him. Mr. Ferlazzo tells his friend the police are looking for Emily, that she's in the van, that she's not alive, and that he shot her. When his friend attempts to kick him out of his car, Mr. Ferlazzo starts panicking, acting like he's going to jump out of the car, asks his friend to shoot him, and says he can't go to prison. His friend calls 911 as Mr. Ferlazzo walks off into the woods. You'll hear about how after that 911 call, the police start looking for Mr. Ferlazzo. And you'll hear that about 14 hours later, a detective from the Vermont State Police was at the Maple Fields in St. Albans. You'll hear about her seeing Mr. Ferlazzo getting a drink out of the cooler at the Maple Fields. And you'll hear about Mr. Ferlazzo being approached by the troopers, and that trooper will describe that Mr. Ferlazzo appeared deflated and looked like he had given up. She brought him back to the station, and he sat down with detectives for an interview. 42 seconds into the interview, he confesses to shooting Emily. You will hear that confession, and you will see how detailed, thoughtful, and thorough his conversation is. He has time to think about what he's going to say. He's given numerous breaks. He has time to contemplate. He has time to change his story or correct inaccuracies. At no point during his statement will you ever hear him say that he thought Emily was going to kill him, hurt him, or that she posed any threat to him. In fact, at numerous points during his statement, you will hear him talk about how angry he was with her and how he wanted to stop her and how he made a decision. As you're taking in all of the evidence over the next couple of days, I want you to pay close attention to what you hear and also what you don't hear. You won't hear or see any evidence that indicates that this was a lawful or justified killing. You won't see any evidence that indicates that Emily posed a threat to him. You won't see any evidence that indicates that Mr. Ferlazzo couldn't make decisions, couldn't think straight, couldn't form intent to kill. In fact, you'll hear the opposite. After all the evidence is presented, Judge Pack will read you the law. He'll read instructions on the essential elements of the offense and provide definitions of those legal terms. You will be asked to decide whether the state has met its burden of proving these essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt, and we are confident that we can and will meet that burden. The state will meet its burden and show beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ferlazzo was the person who committed this offense, that Mr. Ferlazzo caused the death of his wife, Emily Ferlazzo, that Mr. Ferlazzo's killing of Emily was unlawful, meaning there was no legal justification for it, that he intended to kill Emily, meaning it wasn't a mistake, it wasn't an accident, that he acted willfully, that he acted deliberately, and that he acted with premeditation. And we believe that this evidence will prove, well, beyond a reasonable doubt to every single one of you serving on this jury, that Mr. Ferlazzo is guilty of the unlawful, intentional, willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing of Emily. And we will be asking you to return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Ms. Jantz, do you wish to make an opening?
Yes, Judge, I do. Thank you. That's it. You're dead. That's it. You're dead. That's what Joseph Ferlazzo now remembers hearing Emily say to him. And then seeing her start to pull her pistol out from under her pillow, because these are people who slept with their guns under their pillows. He was afraid for his life, believed she was going to shoot and kill him. That's it, you're dead, she said to him. And he shot her twice in the head. This weekend, prior to this weekend, they had been living with her parents in New Hampshire for about a month.
You can't,
You can't hear me?
Yeah.
I apologize.
If you want to put the,
I'll just move this up.
yeah.
They've been refitting a camper to turn it into a residence. They actually had a name for it, Roaming Rosie. You'll hear him testify. And it was something they planned to go cross-country up and down the East Coast. This weekend was a trip to Vermont to celebrate their one-year anniversary and to spend time with his sister Nikki, who he hadn't seen in years. His sister rented an Airbnb in Bolton, and they parked their camper in the parking lot of the Airbnb in Bolton. The drive up here from New Hampshire was great. They were both in a good mood. Mr. Ferlazzo, Joseph, was looking forward to spending time with his sister, and Emily seemed to be in a good mood. He will tell you, the minute they parked, it was like a switch flipped, and she started complaining. F this, F you, F your family, I don't want to be here, I'm going to destroy your life. And that just went on and on and on. That was late in the afternoon, I believe, on Friday the 16th. Mr. Ferlazzo did contact his sister. They made arrangements to meet. He did meet with his sister and her boyfriend. Emily was quiet, and when they got back to the camper from seeing his sister, she started again. He put on some he lit some candles because there was, he wanted to have candlelight. She didn't like it. Put those candles out. He did. She grabbed the big Yankee candle and started hitting him with it. Head, neck, shoulders, torso. He took the candle from her, but that didn't stop her. She continued kicking him, punching him all over his body. He will tell you he grabbed her arms and say, hey, you stay in your space, I'll stay in mine. This is not acceptable. And he took his dog Remy out for a walk. He came back, she was lying down in bed, and you will see pictures of their camper. It's really small. The way the bed is arranged is that it's flush against the back of the camper. His side of the bed was against the back of the camper. Her side was closer to the inside of the camper. In order to get into his side of the bed, he had to climb across her. So he comes back in, and she's still grumbling and mumbling, and I don't want to do this, F you, all over the place. And he starts climbing across her to get into bed. As he does, so she's lying on her stomach, face to the left, right arm under her pillow. She takes her elbow and smashes it into his groin. She does say something like, what the fuck? Smashes his her elbow into his groin. He picks up the pillow and throws it on her head. That's when she says, "That's it, you're dead." Starts to raise up, starts to pull out the gun. He, of course, has his gun in his hand, because that's what these two people did. They believed they needed to sleep with their guns for self-protection. He already had his Glock in his hand. He saw her hand start to move out from under the pillow, and he shot her twice and killed her. That's not in dispute. What happened is not in dispute. It's why it happened. After he shot her, he really was in a state of panic and shock. He will tell you he loved his wife. This is hardly something that on the weekend they were celebrating their anniversary he planned or intended or wanted. He did not want this. You will hear how he sat by her bedside, just in panic and not knowing what to do. He did go to, just as the state told you, he went to meet his sister for breakfast. He carried on for the rest of the weekend as normally as he could. And he did a pretty good job of it in that he lied repeatedly, and he will admit that. He lied to everyone he came in contact with about what happened to Emily. His explanations are varied. He says, I was sleep deprived, I was intoxicated, I was in shock. He will tell you that even now, his memory of what happened is fragmented, coming to him in bits and pieces. It is true that he told the police nothing about what I've just described to you, and that it was weeks later that it began coming back to him in the form of nightmares, that he could see her pulling the gun out to shoot him. You, as finders of fact, will have to decide what you think is true and what isn't true. But there's not much that's in dispute about what happened. He will explain to you the reasons for the stab wounds and the dismemberment. But the truth is that he himself he's trying to put all the pieces together. And what he knows for sure is that he shot her in self-defense because he believed at the time that she was going to kill him. And it will be up to you. Let me just make sure I didn't forget anything before I ask you to find not guilty. Yep. Yep. It'll be up to you to decide what you believe is true and what isn't true. Is he just making up a story now to get away with it? Or is there more to the story than what the state would have you believe? We think once you've heard all the evidence, including hearing from Mr. Ferlazzo about what happened, that you will believe Joseph and acquit him of the charge of first-degree murder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jantz. Is the state ready with its first witness?
We are, Judge. We just need to get her.
Yep. So I think we were going to take a 5-minute break here. We don't usually take breaks this quickly, but since the first witness is, do we need?
No, I think the court needed to, I think we should take a break, Judge.
Okay. Then we will take a 5-minute break just to set up the first witness. First witness, by agreement to the parties, will be conducted through WebEx on the screen. So that will take just a couple of minutes to set up. And we'll be back with you shortly.
All right.
Is the state ready with its next witness?
believe so. Miss George has just gone to look and see if she's in the
Adrian? Sitting down.
Kaylee. Sure. Yes, thank you.
After the next witness. Adrian.
Ms. Adams,
Yes,
do we know what's going on?
Miss George is getting the witness.
Change in order.
Is someone on their way?
Yes, Your Honor, sorry, but we're ahead of schedule, so we have Miss Bass coming in next.
Okay. And is she here or?
She's here, she's walking, she has a service dog, so she's...
Okay.
Okay.
Try to
Yeah.
keep your voice up as much as possible. Speak directly into it,
Okay.
okay? So that everybody in the back can hear you, okay? The jury can hear you. You start by just telling us what your name is,
My name is Adrianne Bass,
and how do you spell your last name?
B-A-S-S.
Okay. And do you know David Bass?
Yes.
Okay, who is David Bass?
He's my husband.
Okay. And how long have you been married?
5 years.
Okay. Where did you reside in October of 2021?
In 185 Bay Hill Road in Northfield, New Hampshire.
Okay. And you resided there with David?
Yes.
Did you reside there with anyone else?
Yes.
Who else did you reside there with?
My son Matthew and my daughter Emily, as well as Mr. Ferlazzo.
Okay. When was your daughter Emily born?
July 25th, 1999.
Okay. And when did Emily marry Joseph Ferlazzo?
October 10th, 2020.
2020?
Yes.
Okay. How long had they been dating when they got married?
Only a few months.
At the time that they got married, had you met Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes.
How many times?
I only remember one time, but it may have been another time.
Okay. So did you know him well when they got married?
No.
Okay. When did they move in with you in Northfield, New Hampshire?
So Emily had moved back in April of 2021. She made that her legal address again, and then he moved in September 13th, 2021.
Okay. So Emily moved back in April. Where was Mr. Ferlazzo residing when she moved back in with you?
I'm not entirely sure if he was still in their Essex Junction apartment or if he was on the Lang's property.
Okay. Do you know the Langs?
No.
Okay. Do you know where they live?
Yes.
Where do they live?
Judge, can I interrupt for just a second and approach, please?
Okay.
Just to make sure everybody can hear you.
Sorry.
It's okay. Sure. You also spell your first name for us.
Yes. Adrienne. That's a lot louder.
Yes, it is. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to draw your attention to October 15th of 2021.
Okay.
Did you see Emily and Joseph on that day?
Yes.
And what do you recall about your interactions with them that day?
They were preparing to go on a trip to Bolton Valley, Vermont. And
Let me ask you what the purpose of their trip was?
yes,
What,
I'm sorry.
oh,
Okay, I think her breathing is picking up louder than the words she's saying. It's not easy,
okay,
but we'll keep going.
on my nose.
no, I think because it's a little louder now, you don't have to be quite so close.
Okay,
Okay. They were planning on going to a trip to Vermont.
yes.
And what was the purpose of that trip?
The purpose was twofold. One was Emily was excited to meet her sister-in-law, Nikki. She hadn't met her yet. And the other was to celebrate their one-year wedding anniversary.
Do you know how long they plan to stay in Vermont?
Until Monday.
Okay. And did they intend on coming back to New Hampshire on Monday?
Yes.
Did you see them leave?
No.
Okay. Did Emily seem excited to leave? To go on the trip?
She was excited to see her sister-in-law, but it seemed to be taking longer to get the bus ready. So she seemed, I don't know how to describe it. She wasn't upset, but sort of just, what's going on, when are we going?
Okay.
So,
Anxious to go?
yeah.
Okay. Did you speak to Emily once they had left?
Through Messenger.
Okay. Do you recall when the last time was that you heard from her?
It was about around 7:45 that night.
Okay, and that was through Messenger?
Yes.
Facebook Messenger? Did you speak to Joseph once they had left?
No.
So you didn't speak to Emily or hear from Emily after 7:45 or 8 on Friday night?
Correct.
And did you hear from Emily at all on Saturday, the 16th?
No.
Did you hear from Joseph at all on Saturday, the 16th?
No.
Did you speak with Emily at all on Sunday, October 17th?
No.
Did you hear from Mr. Ferlazzo at all on Sunday, the 17th?
No.
Did you speak to Emily on Monday, the 18th?
No.
Did you hear from Mr. Ferlazzo on Monday, the 18th?
Yes.
Did he call you from Vermont?
No.
How did you happen to hear from him on Monday
He walked into our house
in New Hampshire?
in New Hampshire.
Do you recall when?
It was around 6 p.m.
Okay. And was Emily with him?
No.
Did you ask him where Emily was?
Yes.
What explanation did he give you about why Emily wasn't with him?
That they had an argument, and she got out of the bus on Route 2. He drove away to a gas station to let her cool off, and then he came back. She was gone. He had then said that she had mentioned something about getting an Uber, so he thought that's what she did.
Okay. Did he tell you when this happened?
Saturday afternoon.
Did he tell you where the van, or I should ask first, was he in the van when he came to your house?
No.
What was he on?
He was on the Ducati Monster motorcycle.
Okay. And this was in mid-October, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did Did he tell you why he wasn't in the van?
No.
Did he tell you where the van was?
I asked him 2 different times, and he told me 2 different answers. One was New Haven, and the other is at a garage of somebody, I believe, named Kurt.
Someone named Kurt? Okay. Were either of those locations that he gave you his friend's house in St. Albans?
No.
Okay. What did you observe about him when he arrived?
He was shaking. I interpreted that as he was cold because he had just driven from Vermont on his motorcycle.
Based on those observations, what did you say to him?
I suggested he take a shower, and then we would talk more about Emily.
Okay. And before he took a shower, did he give you anything?
He gave me Emily's driver's license.
How did that happen?
He had put his hand in his pocket and pulled it out and seemed surprised that it was there and handed it to me. And I believe I asked him why he had it, and he said that they had gone to buy alcohol and Emily gave it to him just in case they needed to see it.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as States 2. Okay. You recognize this?
Yes.
Tell the jury what this is.
That is my daughter Emily's most recent driver's license.
Is this the driver's license that Mr. Ferlazzo gave you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The state would need to-
I have no objection, but I am having a little trouble hearing.
Okay. States 2 is admitted without objection. Why don't you bring it up? And just do your best to keep that voice up. And Ms. Jantz, if you have continued, let us know so
Thank you.
we make sure you can hear.
Jurors are also having trouble.
Obviously, the jurors, you can raise a hand if you're unable to hear in the back as well, because we want to make sure everybody hears all of the testimony.
When Mr. Ferlazzo was at your house, had the police been contacted at all about Emily?
Objection. Unless she's going to testify that he told her one way or the other whether they had been contacted, I don't know how she would know. And it's a leading question.
We'll sustain it as asked. Sustain the objection.
Were you aware of whether the police had been called?
Same objection.
Foundationally, we'll sustain the objection.
Did Joseph tell you that he called the police?
He did not.
Okay. And did you call the police?
My husband, David Bass, called the police with me.
Okay. And what police agency did you call?
I believe we spoke to both the New Hampshire State Police and the Vermont State Police.
Okay. And did the Vermont State Police ultimately speak to Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes.
And was he at your house when that occurred?
Yes.
How long did Mr. Ferlazzo stay at your residence?
Until about 8 o'clock.
How long after speaking to the police did he leave your residence?
It wasn't very long.
What did he do while he was at your residence?
He took a shower. He ate the dinner that David had made for us. He obviously spoke to the police. He changed his clothes. Spoke to us, answered the questions that we asked him.
Do you recall what dinner he ate?
It was some sort of pasta and sauce.
Okay. And when he ultimately left, after speaking to the police, did he say why he was leaving?
Yes.
Why did he say he was leaving?
He said that he had work to do in Vermont. He had tattoos to finish.
Before he left, did he agree to anything related to his phone?
I believe my husband, David Bass, was able to get him to share his location. They shared their locations with each other. My intention was to help make sure that the sentiment was to make sure he got to where he was going safely.
Okay. And that was in Vermont?
Yes.
Did he leave on the same motorcycle that he arrived on?
No.
What did he leave with?
The red Jeep Wrangler.
Okay. And that was his Jeep?
Yes,
And it was at your house?
it was.
And how long had that Jeep been at your residence?
Less than a month.
Do you know whether he owned any other motor vehicles? Any vehicles, not motorcycles?
He owned the converted bus.
And I think, forgive me if you already answered this, do you recall what time he left your residence on Monday?
It was around 8 p.m.
Okay. And did you ever see Mr. Ferlazzo again after that?
No,
And did you ever hear from him again after that?
no.
Did you ever see Emily with a firearm?
No.
Did you?
Judge, these are leading questions. Did you ever see her with a firearm? Is a yes or no leading question.
There are certain, I'll overrule you.
Thank you.
To your knowledge, did she own one?
No.
Those are all the questions that I have for Ms. Bass.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Jentz, do you have cross?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
And I understand and appreciate how difficult this is for you.
Thank you.
It's obvious to all of us how deeply troubling and emotional this is for you. So I'm going to try and do my best not to upset you any more than you already are. And are you picking? Am I being recorded?
I can't hear you clearly, so I'm guessing they can.
You can't hear me? Okay. I just was telling Ms. Bass that I appreciate how hard this is for her to appear today and talk about this. Prior to their, so I think you said you met Joseph once before she and Emily got married, is that right?
Yes.
And I think you said that your impression was he was quiet, is that right?
I don't remember if that's what I said.
You didn't dislike him, did you?
No, not at that point.
Did you liked him, didn't you?
I didn't know him at that point.
Well, you knew Emily liked him, right?
Yes.
And I think you said if she liked him, then you were willing to go along with that. Is that
Correct.
about right?
Yes.
So you had, prior to their marriage, you were not, you thought they were happy together. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did there come a point when you thought that they were having trouble as a couple?
Yes.
When was that?
The New Year's Eve, 2021.
New Year's Eve 2021?
Yes.
I'm talking about before Emily's death, which was October 2021.
Sorry, October 20.
2020.
Yes, 2020.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying, helping me.
That's okay. What did you see or observe that led you to the conclusion that their marriage might be having some problems?
So it was a phone call from Emily near midnight stating that she had been in a fight with him and that he had pushed her and she was crying. And then later she went into a room to be by herself away from him. And
Something she told you?
yes.
Okay.
And
In this same phone conversation?
yes.
Go ahead.
And then she recorded herself in that separate room with him on the other side talking to her.
Were they arguing?
She wasn't saying anything to him, but he seemed to be upset that she was in a separate room from him.
What did you hear that led you to that conclusion?
I don't remember exactly what was said.
And after that, were there periods of time when Emily was considering divorce?
Yes.
But as far as you know, that happened more than once that she talked about divorce, right?
Yes.
But they always reconciled, is that right as well?
Yes.
And you said that Ms. Joseph gave you Emily's driver's license in connection with the purchase of alcohol. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me? They drank alcohol together, didn't they?
I believe so.
Vodka and wine? Is that your recollection?
I'm aware of the vodka. I'm not sure about the wine or any other specific types of alcohol.
And this was when they were living in your house, correct?
Yes.
Do you know of any other times when they consumed alcohol? And if you do, how do you know?
Yes. That night, the New Year's Eve night, Emily told me that she'd had some vodka.
Vodka? Was it your impression when they were living in your house that they drank to excess?
I didn't see them drink a lot at all.
At all? Okay. So how do you know that they drank vodka while they were living in your house if you didn't see them drinking?
I didn't see them drinking excessively.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you for okay. So, prior to the day that they left your house to come to Vermont, you testified on direct examination that Emily was upset that it was taking so long for the camper to be ready. Is that right?
Yes.
What did you see her say or do that led you to that conclusion?
She seemed, how to describe it, not necessarily frustrated, but confused as to why it was taking so long for him to get the bus ready. She said she thought that it was ready, but he kept doing different things in the bus and wasn't ready to go.
Okay, so you just said she seemed confused and frustrated. How did she express that? For
She
example,
told me,
She
she
told you.
said that she doesn't know why the bus isn't ready yet. I thought we were going to go at this time, and he's still doing things.
Was she easily frustrated in your experience?
No, it depends on the mood.
On the mood?
Yeah, what's going on? Is she tired?
I'm sorry.
If she is tired,
She would be more easily frustrated.
sure.
I think that's normal.
Yeah.
Other than the phone call you've described to us where, of New Year's Eve, did you ever see Emily and Joseph arguing?
When he or Emily were driving me places, when she was driving, he would do things like grab the steering wheel on her, change the station, poke at her body.
So, I'm gonna use a word, he was like heckling her, is that right? Something to that effect, or is that too benign a word to describe what his actions were? Heckling.
I can say when observing that
Yeah.
situation, I was very concerned about our safety.
Okay. How did Emily react?
She was telling him to stop.
Okay. Was he laughing, or did he, for example, did he think it was a joke?
I don't remember hearing him laughing.
Okay. Did you ever observe any marks on her body?
Yes.
Did you ever ask her how she got those marks?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
The gouges down her chest, she said that she acquired them from their dog. The arm bruise, the handprint bruise on the back of her arm, she would not tell me where it came from. And then there are many bruises on her thighs. She said that they came from rough sex.
Rough sex. Did she ever tell you that Joseph had physically abused her, other than the phone call on New Year's Eve that you've told us about?
I don't recall.
So, you don't recall, or she never did?
I don't recall.
Okay. You'd remember though, wouldn't you?
I would think so,
Yeah, because you remembered the New Year's Eve call.
because it was New Year's Eve and it was a big deal.
It was a big deal, and she's your daughter. So you would remember if she'd ever told you about any other instance. May I have a moment? I don't have anything else, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. George,
I don't have anything else.
thanks so much.
Judge, can we take a morning break?
What?
Morning break, please?
We should.
It's 11.
You can leave. You need to leave for 2 minutes. I
Our next witness is coming at 11, Judge, so.
oh, you don't have your next witness yet?
No, but
If we could take a
we are
5
really ahead with schedule. We will get through a lot of witnesses tonight.
Okay.
5 minutes?
Yeah, we'll take a break till 11.
Okay, thank you.
Jury gets some exercise. Thank you, folks.
Rise.
but I didn't have any idea of what
Please be seated. All jurors are accounted for. We're back on the record in State versus Joseph Ferlazzo. The state will call its next witness. All parties are present, including Mr. Ferlazzo.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Kaylee Catarette.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now in consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and that the deemed to tell the truth?
I do. Good morning. Can you state your name and spell both your first and your last name?
My name is Kaylee Catarette. My first name is Kaylie. My last name is Cadorettte.
And Ms. Catarette, before we get started, I just want to ask you to please keep your voice up because the jurors are having some difficulty hearing us today. Thank you. Ms. Catarette, what town do you live in?
I live in Brattleboro.
How long have you lived there?
A little over a year.
Where did you live before that?
St. Albans.
Where were you living in October of 2021?
St. Albans.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
How long have you been a police officer?
About 6 years now.
What police agency do you work for?
I work for Wilmington Police Department. Wilmington Police Department.
Have you worked for other police agencies?
Yes, I have.
And what other agencies?
I worked for St. Albans before Wilmington.
And were you working as a St. Albans police officer in October of 2021?
Yes, I was.
Where did you grow up?
St. Albans.
Do you know people by the name of Sarah and Jason Lang?
Yes, I do.
How do you know them?
They are the mother and stepfather of one of my best friends from childhood,
And who is that?
Alex Giroux.
Where do the Langs live?
They live on Meadowbrook Lane in St. Albans.
Have you been to their home?
Yes.
Do you recall being at the Langs' home in St. Albans on October 19th of 2021?
Yes.
Do you recall what day of the week that was?
It was a Sunday.
Why were you at the Lang's home?
I was there just to spend time with Alex and his parents.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
I think I arrived around 7 p.m.
And when you arrived, who was there?
Alex was there, Sarah was there, and Jason was there.
At some point during the evening, did somebody else arrive?
Yes,
And who was that person?
Joseph Ferlazzo.
Did you know Joseph Ferlazzo at the time?
At the time, no.
Had you met him before?
I found out later that I had met him briefly before.
Was he alone?
Yes.
Do you see the person who you saw that evening in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point to that person and describe where they are sitting and an article of clothing that they're wearing?
He's in the middle seat at that table, and he's wearing a blue shirt.
Your Honor, if the record can reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
So reflected.
Did you spend the evening at the Lang's house in St. Albans?
Yes.
What did you do?
We sat around the fire and visited and drank a couple beers.
Where is the fire located at the Lang's home?
Directly behind their house in their backyard.
Who was hanging out at the fire?
Myself, Alex, Sarah, Jason, and Joseph.
Did you see Mr. Ferlazzo's van parked on the property?
Yes.
Where was it parked?
It was next to the driveway, a little bit back. You could see it from where we were sitting at the fire.
How far away was it from where you were sitting by the fire?
Maybe 30 feet.
Now, you said that you had you had some beers at the fire. Who were you drinking?
Yes.
How much did you drink?
I think I had 3 beers.
Was Alex drinking?
Yes.
Do you know how much he was drinking?
I don't know.
What about Jason?
Yes.
And Sarah?
Yep.
Was Mr. Ferlazzo drinking?
Not that I recall.
Was anybody using drugs?
Yes.
Who was using drugs?
Joseph.
Do you know what drugs he was using?
It appeared to be marijuana.
And why did you think that?
He was smoking it out of a bong.
How do you know what a bong is?
Life experience and law enforcement experience.
Do you recall how much he was smoking or how often he was smoking?
I recall that he was, as I'd recall somebody sitting across from me drinking, but I don't know how much.
Did Mr. Ferlazzo appear high or under the influence to you?
No.
Can you describe Mr. Ferlazzo's demeanor during the evening?
He was very relaxed, casually engaged in conversation.
How long were you hanging out with him by the fire?
I think it was about 4 hours.
During that 4-hour period of time, were you talking with him?
Yes.
What were you talking about?
We talked about our jobs. We talked about the camper that he was renovating. He said that he was going to live out of it. Just small talk.
And while you were talking, you mentioned, did he tell you what he did for a living?
Yes, he said he was a tattoo artist.
And when he told you that he was a tattoo artist, did you recognize him at that point?
Yes.
And tell us about that.
A friend of mine had gotten a tattoo from him years before.
And was that when you made the connection of that you had previously met him?
Yes.
Did you tell Mr. Ferlazzo that you were in law enforcement?
Yes.
How did he react to that?
He continued to engage me in conversation very steadily for the rest of the night.
Around what time did the evening end?
I think around midnight.
And how did it end?
Myself, Alex, Sarah, and Jason went into their house, and Joseph went off in the direction of his camper.
As you were retiring for the night, did Mr. Ferlazzo say anything to you?
Yes.
What did he say?
A comment was made where he related something to Emily. He said, "Oh, Emily likes that." And I said to my friend Alex, "Oh, I didn't know that he had a wife."
Had he not spoken about a person named Emily in the 4 hours before?
No.
Did he tell you that he was married?
No.
Did he tell you that his wife had walked off on Saturday and he hadn't heard from her?
No.
Did he tell you that he had been texting his wife's phone and she hadn't been responding?
No.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Any cross, Ms. Jones?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
I was checking to see if it's still morning. So you just testified that you, well, initially thought you had never met Joseph before, correct?
Yeah.
Had you actually met him when your friend had the tattoo previously?
I was with her when she
Okay,
had her tattoo.
but you had no memory of that at the time?
No, it was years before.
Okay. So I think you testified that you yourself and I'm sorry, I forgot his name. Well, Jason and Sarah Ling and their son, your best friend, were sitting around first around the bonfire, and at some point, Mr. Ferlazzo came and sat down.
Correct.
Is that correct? So it wasn't a situation where it was just you and Mr. Ferlazzo having, the two of you having a conversation. It was sort of a group bonfire.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall giving a deposition on June 13th, 2023?
Yes.
Approximately, yeah. So you stated in your deposition that the conversation was very small talk type. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
I think that you also mentioned that Mr. Ferlazzo's dog was around, and so there was some playing with the dog as well?
I believe so.
Okay. Then at some point he left, and you folks remained in the Lang's house, correct?
Correct.
All right. So I think that you had mentioned that and do you recall giving an interview with Detective Truex?
Yes.
And I believe also in the deposition you stated that he seemed normal, and you had also mentioned that he hadn't mentioned his wife, but yet you were talking about small talk things.
Yes.
Right? So having not really interacted with Mr. Ferlazzo previously, you wouldn't really necessarily have a baseline or no way of knowing how Mr. Ferlazzo behaves typically in various situations. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. So his normal behavior or abnormal behavior, there's nothing to compare it to.
He was calm.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, the state calls Trooper Keith Cody.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pain and penalty of perjury? I do.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning.
Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Yes, it's Keith Cody, and my last name is spelled C-O-T-E.
Okay, and how are you employed?
Trooper with the Vermont State Police.
And how long have you worked for the Vermont State Police?
Since April of 2021.
Okay, how long have you been in law enforcement?
Since November of 2012
Okay, and where did you work prior to becoming a trooper?
in the St. Albans Police Department.
Okay. And aside from general training that all sort of certified law enforcement officers receive, do you have any specialized training in law enforcement?
Sure, so I've attended a desert snow drug interdiction course taught by Nebraska State Police. I've attended a street crime seminar working on identifying and interdicting drugs coming from homes. I'm a member of the search and rescue team within the Vermont State Police. We look for lost and missing hikers throughout the state and the rural parts of the state. I'm a team leader with our critical action team. When, I guess, lawful protests turn criminal, we're called upon to help diffuse the situation. I've attended some trainings with the National Tactical Officers Association pertaining to that team. Yeah.
Okay, great. Were you involved in the case related to Emily Ferlazzo?
I was.
Okay, and can you tell the jury how you initially became involved in that investigation?
Sure. So on October 18th, 2021, I received a phone call from a family member of Emily who had concerns about her welfare as she hadn't contacted them for a couple of days. She'd had no social media activity. She hadn't contacted any of her close friends, and this was out of the ordinary for her. This behavior was not normal.
Okay, and can you say again who had contacted you?
Yes, it was Emily's stepfather, David Bass.
Okay, and where were they located?
They were in New Hampshire at their residence.
Okay, and did they have any other information about what might have happened to her? Did they provide you any other information?
Sure. So prior to David calling, Emily's husband, Joseph, had returned to New Hampshire on the date that they called, stating that they had gone their separate ways, I believe on Saturday, the 16th. Emily had told Joseph that she was going to get an Uber taxi back to New Hampshire, yet she never showed up as to when Joseph got there, and their plan was to meet in New Hampshire on Monday.
Okay, so what was your understanding of where Joseph was when Mr. Bass called the state police?
At their residence in New Hampshire.
Okay, and at some point then did you speak with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, I did.
When did you speak with him?
So Mr. Bass gave me Joseph's phone number. So when I hung up with David, I called the phone number. David answered Joseph's phone, and I said, oh, this is Trooper Cody again. Can you put me on the phone with Joseph? So it was moments after I finished my phone call with David.
Okay, and was that conversation with Mr. Ferlazzo recorded?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and how was that recorded?
Through my, so the phone was over my cell phone, and I recorded it on my department-issued body camera.
Okay. And did you identify the person that you were speaking with as Joseph Ferlazzo?
Yeah, so when Mr. Bass answered the phone, this is Joseph's phone, I said, can I please speak to Joseph? He then handed the phone to Joseph, and I said, hello, Joseph, this is Trooper Cody of the State Police, and we began our conversation.
Okay. And approximately how long did you speak with him?
9 minutes and 20 seconds, approximately.
Okay. And how did he sound while you were speaking with him?
Calm, perhaps a bit unconcerned about Emily's whereabouts.
Okay. So we're going to listen to the recording, but in summary, sort of what did Joseph tell you about Emily's whereabouts?
Sure. So Emily and Joseph had put together a makeshift camper RV that they were traveling in, that they could live in. And they traveled for the weekend to Bolton to visit a family member of his. At some point during their stay in Bolton, Emily asked to get out of the camper and in Bolton, and Joseph went to the store to get her a Coca-Cola, so he told me. When he returned, Emily was gone. He told me he drove up and down Route 2, up and down the Bolton Valley Access Road, and was unable to find her. And again, that she had told him she wanted to be on her own, and she was going to take an Uber back to New Hampshire.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, sure. And at some point, Mr. Ferlazzo told me that the camper had transmission issues and it had broken down, so he had it towed to a mechanics shop in New Haven, Vermont, somewhere on Route 7. He couldn't recall the name, but it was just, he described it just being over the railroad tracks in New Haven. Following that, he got a ride to a friend's house in St. Albans, where he then took his motorcycle from St. Albans to Emily's parents' house in New Hampshire.
So I'm going to, have you previously seen what the state marked as States 3? Your Axon video of
Yes, I have.
conversation?
Yep.
And have you reviewed that before today's testimony?
Yes, I did.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation you had with him on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, the state would move to admit States 3.
States 3 is admitted without objection.
Okay, we can't see it.
It's just
I'm
the
sorry?
sound.
It's just the sound? Then that's fine.
Okay. There's just some questions about being able to see it, but before we start it, is there anything visually that is important for this video?
No.
Okay. It's just your body camera with your phone, correct?
Yeah, my body camera's, I was sitting in my cruiser, my body camera's mounted on the center of my chest here, and I had my cell phone on speakerphone, just holding it like this, so all you see is the steering wheel, and you might hear some radio conversation from my cruiser.
Okay. The state's going to play it.
This is Trooper Cody, State Police, looking for Joseph.
Yep, I'll walk the phone up to him.
Okay, thanks.
No, I'll go for you. What? Hello?
Hey, Joseph, this is Trooper Cody from Vermont State Police.
Hello?
Hey, so, I just got off the phone with your father-in-law, and it sounds like there's some concern about maybe where Emily may be.
Yes.
Okay, what can you, it sounds like you, what do we know at this point, I guess? Or what can you tell me?
She was with me, and then she said she was gonna get an Uber. So she asked me to drop her off in a parking lot, and I dropped her off, and she was wearing like white sneakers and like ripped blue jeans and like a black top and like a long
So where did you drop her off? Whereabouts? Or what, like up at okay. Yeah, there's like the road that goes up to the ski resort. So the little parking lot right at the base of that hill you're saying? Like right, almost right on the corner of the main road there, Route 2? Yeah. Okay. And that was Saturday in the afternoon? Okay. And then you went to the gas station, the one, what, just down the street there?
Yeah, I went down the street, got some gas, and grabbed a Coke, and then she wanted any kind of soda. I went to bring her a drink, and she was gone. So I don't know who picked her up. She didn't tell me, and her folks said that she's not with her friends.
Okay. So after you just noticed she was gone, you just decided to just leave, I guess?
I drove up and down the road looking to see if she started down the road, and I drove up and down too, both ways, then I didn't see her walking.
Okay. So you figured the Uber or something picked her up?
Yeah, she said she was getting over.
Okay. But she had her cell phone with her at that time?
Yes.
And like her purse or wallet or something with some money?
Yeah, she had like a wallet with cards in it.
Okay. And now about what time was this? Did you drop her off, would you say?
Maybe like a little afternoon, maybe like 12:30. Like 12:30.
Okay.
Somewhere around there.
Okay. And then, so I understand you're in Emily's van. You guys were traveling in like a camper van?
Yes.
Okay. But it broke down somewhere, you said?
Yeah, the training smoke, so, the van's in Vermont, and I came back to New Hampshire to see if she was here, but she's not here.
Okay. Where did your van break down?
Well, it didn't break down, it smoked, and then I brought it to the shop. It's supposed to get an inspection. The inspection was, the inspection was supposed to be done in like July, so.
Okay.
He's gonna take a look at the training and get it inspected.
Okay, what shop is that?
I don't know the actual name of it. It's in New Haven.
It's in New Haven?
Yeah, like right over the railroad tracks.
Oh, yep, okay. Right on the main road, right on Route 7 there?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you got a ride somehow to your motorcycle?
Yes.
Okay, where did you have to get your motorcycle?
My motorbike was at my friend's house.
In St. Albans? Okay. And other than who Emily's parents have mentioned, you can't think of anybody in the Bolton area that maybe Emily... Do you guys have relatives in Bolton? Or is Emily?
No, my sister and her boyfriend came up and stayed at an Airbnb, and we just went and spent some time with them.
Okay.
And she turned super violent and told me to, let her out, and I tried to grab her by the arm and try to pull her back in, so come on, go get something to eat, and she just, she kicked me in the groin and punched me, and I was like, okay, take a couple minutes, and then by the time I came back, she just missed me quick.
What sparked her to get so upset?
I was like, you just need some food. You need maybe some coffee and some food. And she was just like, no, fuck that, fuck you. And she just started swinging and kicking.
Okay. And was the Airbnb here in Moulton?
That was at the top of the resort there.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Who's your friend up in St. Albans?
My friend Sarah Lang.
Sarah Lane. Okay. Do you have a phone number for Sarah? Does Emily know Sarah? I mean, have you checked in with Sarah?
Yeah, I saw Sarah. She hasn't seen her. Yeah, I saw Sarah, and I was like, okay, I don't know where the hell Emily is, so maybe my bike can go try to folks' place, because we were supposed to come back here on Monday. Today's Monday. She's not here.
Okay. Would there be any reason why Emily would go back to your sisters and maybe your sister wouldn't tell you that Emily was there?
No, my sister just messaged me. She was checking on me.
Okay.
Yes, I was okay. I told her that I'm pretty crappy, but
When Emily jumped out of the van, did she have her cell phone in there?
yeah,
You're positive on that?
yeah, I don't have it.
No, I didn't know if like she left it in the van or. No. Okay. All right. Well, I will. I'm gonna ask more questions. I'll probably call you back here if I see if I can try to come up with something here. Maybe we can try to find out where she is, or if she's just trying to, ignore. That's fine. But I'd like to at least figure that out. So, if you think there's anybody that I should try calling, just let me know.
Okay,
All right. Thanks, Joe.
thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
On the video, you can see your phone, as you stated. Is that the phone number 802-355-8485? Is that the number you reached Mr. Ferlazzo on?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And were you ultimately able to speak to the friend he said that he went to see in St. Albans, Sarah Lang?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you speak with her?
I spoke with her. I found a number for her moments after speaking with Joseph.
Okay. And based on that conversation, did you ask a St. Albans police officer to go to her residence?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where her residence was?
14 Meadowbrook Drive in St. Albans.
Okay. And what did you ask that officer to do?
I asked the officer to drive by the residence and see if the camper RV, the camper van, was there.
Okay. And was it?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So it was not in a garage in New Haven?
Correct.
So what did you do next after determining that it was in this residence in St. Albans?
So we, a few troopers went up to St. Albans and we observed the camper van there.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you arrived at the residence in St. Albans?
It was after midnight, but I don't recall the exact time.
Okay. And again, did you observe a van matching the description of what you'd been told by Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, I did.
And where was it located?
On the west side. It was parked in the grass on the west side of the residence.
Okay. Who was with the van when you arrived?
As far as
Law enforcement.
I believe, I know Senior Sergeant Joe Paquette was involved. Trooper Adam Lipa was involved. I can't recall any other.
Okay.
Top of my head. Yeah.
Did you personally close up the van with evidence tape?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of that? Why did you do that?
To secure the inside of it, to make sure that nobody entered any of the access points to the van.
Why'd you do that?
It was seized as evidence.
Okay. So you had concerns there might be evidence of a crime
That's
in the van?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you supervise the removal of the van from the scene?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the tow truck actually come and remove the van?
Yes, I did.
And where did the tow truck take it?
Directly from 14 Meadowbrook to the St. Albans State Police Barracks.
Okay. And approximately how far is 14 Meadowbrook from the St. Albans Police Barracks?
2 miles.
Did you ever lose sight of the van at any point during that trip?
No, I did not.
Did you also observe the Jeep, the red Jeep, or a red Jeep coming to the barracks secured area?
Excuse me. Yes, I observed the red Jeep once it arrived at the barracks.
Okay. What did you secure it?
Yes, so the Jeep was the van was too big to put into our indoor sally port. So we put the Jeep inside of the secure sally port in the barracks, and then I placed evidence tape on all the access points to the Jeep as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you, Trooper.
Yeah, of course.
So, Judge, I think our remaining witnesses are coming at 1.
Okay. It looks like we're going a little quicker than we had anticipated, so that's the good news. And so we'll take our lunch break now till 1 o'clock. We'll try and start promptly at 1. Thank you.
All right.
One thing to remind you, again, no discussion about this case over the lunch. Don't try and find out anything about the lunch, about the case while you're at lunch. And other than that, enjoy your lunch.
Talking about the rest of the day.
All right. Why don't we talk about the rest of the day? Still with lay witnesses.
We have one more lay witness,
Okay. And who is that?
Spencer Lemons.
So, and who are the two troopers?
Adam Lipa and James Voris.
Okay, so we will be able to fill the afternoon.
Well, that's what we wanted to talk with you about, Judge. Detective Voris is, as the court knows, the one who is the lead detective and the one who's interviewed Mr. Ferlazzo. My preference is to have his testimony in one day, and that won't be possible today. We could start him and finish him on Monday, but my preference would be for us to do him all on Monday.
He's probably your longest witness.
Yes.
Or at least one of them.
Second longest, yeah.
You're otherwise probably, given what I just heard, talking about wrapping up at 2 o'clock. Maybe before then.
Well, Spencer Lemons will be half an hour at least.
Yeah, that's why I said 2 o'clock.
Because you're going to play the 911 call. I recognize that it's cutting today short, but as the court pointed out, we're way ahead of schedule. I hadn't planned on starting Detective Voris's cross-examination today. I know we can do the direct.
Yeah, we won't do I don't see how we can. Why don't you approach for a moment?
Okay.
All right, so we will resume at 1, and we will plan to go for the entire day, afternoon.
Spencer is next.
Please be seated, everyone. We are back on the record in the matter of State of Vermont versus Joseph Ferlazzo Jr., 21 CR 8967. Mr. Ferlazzo is present with his attorneys, and the state is with its attorneys. The jury is all back from lunch, and just a quick question. Anybody learn anything about the case while on lunch break? Anybody discuss the case with anyone or hear any information of any kind regarding this matter? I'm seeing all shakes of the head no from the jurors. Is the state ready to proceed?
We are, Judge. The state would call Spencer Lemons.
You solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give related to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pain of penalty of perjury.
I do.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name?
My name is Spencer Lemons.
Mr. Lemons, the acoustics in this room are not very good, so I'm going to ask you to just keep your
Spencer
voice.
Lemons.
Thank you. Where do you live, Mr. Lemons?
I live in Sheldon, Vermont, 56 Bailey Drive.
And how long have you lived there?
I've lived there 10 years.
Were you living there in October 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know a person named Joseph Ferlazzo?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know him?
He was a friend of mine.
How long have you known him?
I knew him probably since 2017-ish, 16-ish.
Do you see Joseph in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point to him, describe an article of clothing he's wearing and where he's sitting for the jury?
Sitting over there wearing a blue shirt.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect that Mr. Lemons has identified Mr. Ferlazzo.
So reflected.
Mr. Lemons, I'm going to ask you some questions about the weekend of October 16th and 17th and 18th of 2021. Do you remember that weekend?
I do.
What were you doing that weekend?
I was hiking Mount Katahdin, and then I came home to spend the weekend with my wife for our anniversary.
When was your anniversary?
17th of October.
Did you communicate with Joseph that weekend?
I did.
When did you first hear from him?
I heard from him when he communicated that he was going to be coming up to my house
And how did he communicate with you?
via Facebook Messenger.
Do you remember when he told you he was coming to your house?
It was late at night after 9 p.m.
Did he tell you anything about when you could expect his arrival?
Yeah, he said it would be around 11:20 at night.
Did Mr. Ferlazzo arrive at your home?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time did he arrive?
About 11:20.
What vehicle
They
was he
can't
driving?
Okay. Both sides or mainly the witness?
Sorry.
Okay, try, just project.
Yes, sir.
What vehicle was he driving?
He was driving a red Jeep.
Did he come inside?
No.
What did he say to you?
He said, "Let's go pick up my van."
Did you know where his van was?
He said it was at someone's house called the Langs.
Did you know where that residence was?
No, ma'am.
Had you ever been there before?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you why he wanted to get the van?
He said he wanted to get the van up to my house because that was the original plan, and he wanted to get it done now.
Did you take him to get the van?
I did.
What car did you drive?
I took my Honda Civic.
Where was Mr. Ferlazzo's Jeep?
It was parked at the end of my driveway on Bailey Drive.
Did Mr. Ferlazzo go with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was Mr. Ferlazzo's demeanor like while you were driving in the car?
He was quiet.
Did you ask him why he was quiet?
I did ask him if there was anything going on, and he seemed a little distraught. He said, I just want to get to the bus. And so I had him point the directions out to me as we went.
Okay, keep your voice up.
He pointed the directions out to me as we went.
Okay. And generally speaking, where were you traveling to?
We were traveling to St. Albans.
And about how long would it take to get from your home to St. Albans?
About 30 minutes.
Did you arrive in St. Albans?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened when you arrived in St. Albans?
We went in St. Albans. He gave me directions to where to go, and we arrived at where his bus was parked, and I assume that's the Langs.
What did you see when you arrived where the bus was parked?
I saw several patrol SUVs parked outside the residence.
And when you say patrol SUVs, do you mean police cars?
Police vehicles,
Do you remember how many you saw?
3 or 4.
What did you think when you saw those police vehicles?
Alarm bells went off in my head, and then he said, just go to the end of the road. It was a dead-end road, and he said, turn around. And then I turned around, and he instructed me to drive past the police.
When he told you to turn around, what did that make you think?
That made me think something was not correct in the situation, and thus it prompted me to continue to prod him for what's going on.
Okay, and did you do that?
I did. I asked him, what's going on, man? You need to tell me what's going on. If I'm going to be driving past police officers, I need to know what is going on.
And did he respond to you?
He did.
How did he respond?
He responded to me with, there's a lot going on. I wish I could see my grandmother. And then I said, what is going on? He said, Emily is back in the van. I said, is Emily alive? He said, no. And I asked, did you hurt her? And he said, yes. And then he started getting fidgety in the car.
Okay. Can you describe what Mr. Ferlazzo was like when you say he started to get fidgety?
He started going like this, moving around, reaching for the car door handle. I didn't know if he had anything on his person that would maybe cause harm to myself, so I immediately stopped the vehicle and told him to get out.
And did he say anything to you as he was getting out of the car?
Not that I remember.
What did you do when Joseph got out of the car?
I immediately turned around towards my house to put distance between myself and him so I could make a 911 call for the information he just gave me.
And did you make a 911 call?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you remember what time you made that call?
It was probably close to midnight.
Prior to your testimony today, have you heard that 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Judge, at this time, the state would move for the court to read to the jury stipulation number 1, which I have for you.
All right, stipulation number 1 reads, members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Ferlazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. On October 19th, 2021 at 12:03.08 a.m. Spencer Lemons called 911. That call was initially answered by the E911 dispatch board. The E911 dispatch board connected the call with the Vermont State Police Dispatch Center. Chain of custody is not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. And that is also marked as State's Exhibit 116.
Yes.
All right, and it is that we will admit State's
Yes,
116.
no objection, Judge.
Your Honor, the state would now move to admit what it has previously marked as State's Exhibit 4, which is the 911 call.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's 4 is admitted without objection.
You ready, Sal? Ready.
Vermont 911, where is your emergency?
Yes, my name is Spencer Lemons. I've got a guy that is going towards St. Albans on Route 36. Trying to make a long story short, he's a friend of mine. Came to my house. He lives in a bus thing. He was like, hey, can we go pick up my bus? And we go to pick up his bus in St. Albans, and there's a bunch of cops outside. I said, what the heck is going on? He says he killed his wife. I got him out of my car. He's on this road, and I guess there's a bunch of state troopers at that place on somewhere in St. Albans. There's like 4 cops there, and I was like, no, but you got to get out of my car. And I was afraid I got to get him out.
All right, so where,
on the
do
road.
you know where this is happening? Or where he-
Yes. There's 4 cops there. I can help out. I had to get him out of his car.
No.
He's on Route 36 right now walking.
Oh, he's walking on Route 36? Is that still in Fairfield or is that in St. Albans?
Just over Fairfield Hill, just before, what is that? I'm trying to see the name.
Wait, Carriage?
Right here.
Is it the Carriage House?
There's it's before you reach Woodland Road, which is a private road on 36. That's where I'm at. But yeah, there's 4 troopers that were at that place. I don't know the name of that street. But yeah, he's walking on the road. And I don't care who he is.
And you were in Fairfield when he stated this to you?
He stated this to me when he said, we got to go back to my house. I'm like, are those cops for you? What is going on? And I said, what is going on? He says, my wife was in, he said, I did something really bad. I said, what did you do? And he said that his wife is inside that bus. And I said, is she alive? And he goes, no, I don't want to go to prison. Just get on my car right now. I'm calling the cops.
Okay. All right, and so when he told you that, were you in Fairfield or were you in St. Albans, do you know?
I'm in Fairfield right now. That's where he was. I just kicked him out of my car on 36 because I don't know if he's got a weapon or anything.
Okay, so you don't know if he has a weapon? Okay. And what is
I
his
do not
name?
know. His name is Joseph Ferlazzo, Ferlazzo.
F-E-R, I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Ferlazzo. And his first name is Joseph, Josephh. He was staying with someone called the Langs, Langs, and that's where his bus was parked at. And that's where I thought I was taking him to get his bus. I did not know. Oh my God, it feels like a bad movie.
Okay, just hold on a second. You said near Woodland Road? Woodland?
Yeah, I'm on near Woodland Road, which is a private road, right off of 36.
Can you spell that for me?
Woodland Road.
Okay, and is that one word or 2 words, do you know? I'm just trying to map it.
One word, and his Jeep is parked at my house.
Okay, and where is your house?
My house is 56 Bailey Drive, Enosburg Falls, Vermont. That's where I'll head. There is 0 cell service there, though.
Okay. But all this is taking place in
about
Fairfield?
2 minutes of right now. Yeah, Fairfield is right here, and then the directions to get to his Lang's place. Do you know where those 2 gas stations are off the exit? What is it, 19 off the interstate?
Yeah.
There's like if you continue down that road as if you're going to go to Stone's Auto, and you bang a left on the main street, It's like the first left after that, there's like another little gas station. It's down past that road.
Okay. All right, but he told you that he had killed his wife when you guys were on Route 36 when you were taking him back with
100%,
you.
yeah.
Okay. All right, hold on a second. I'm
And then
gonna.
I just stopped the car. I was like, yeah, no, oh my God.
Okay. All right, and did he put up a fight when you asked him to get out?
No, he was like, he's like, man, I don't want to go to prison. Don't take me back there. I said, and then he just started getting fidgety, and I don't know if he's got anything on him. I mean, yes, I am armed, but I'm not looking at any confrontation, so I'll just get out of my car.
Okay. All right, hold on a second.
Because I got a family and wife and kids. I don't need this crap around me.
Okay, no, I completely understand. Do you know what his wife's name is?
Her name was Emily Ferlazzo, I'm guessing was. I don't know, God. Emily, E-M-L-Y.
Okay.
I don't know what her maiden name was, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Okay, hold on 1 second. We're gonna transfer over, okay?
44? Yep.
Salmon Agent 419. I expect your letters on the line. Call back 615-305-7127. Tonight, he had picked up his friend Joseph Ferlazzo, and he was bringing him back to the sedan bus that he lived in. On Route 36, Joseph had stated to Spencer that he had killed his wife tonight and that she was in this sedan. Joseph was not armed, and he asked him to get out. Now he's walking on Route 36. Joseph is on Route 36 in Fairfield? Yeah, he's just walking.
He's walking on 36. It's just before Woodland Ave over Fairfield Hill, like maybe a minute out of town.
Okay. On Fairfield Hill. Okay, and do you know what he's wearing, Spencer?
He's wearing a black long sleeve and pants or shorts. I honestly don't know. I wasn't looking. He stopped by the house just for a while. We planned on him moving his bus there with his wife, and
I don't have any more questions for Mr. Lemons. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jantz.
Do you need a break? Okay. Because I saw you becoming emotional listening to that 911 call. Joseph was your friend, wasn't he?
Yes.
And
Yes.
thank you. And you were surprised when he told you that he had killed Emily, weren't you?
Yes.
In fact, he asked you if you would kill him, didn't he?
Yes.
You told the 911 dispatcher that you were armed, right?
Yes.
And you had a gun in the car that you were driving in, correct?
Yes.
And Joseph typically carried a weapon as well, didn't he?
Yes.
But you didn't know that night if he were armed or not, correct?
Correct.
You didn't think he'd ever be able to do something like that, did you?
I don't know.
Well, based on your friendship with him from, I think you said 2017, so 3 years you knew him prior to this event, right?
About that.
Okay. And had you ever seen him demonstrate any kind of violence that would lead you to think this is the kind of thing he could do?
I had not witnessed that myself.
Would you say he was very distraught when you told him to get out of the car?
It seemed that way.
Are you having trouble with the,
All right.
It seemed that way. Sorry.
that's okay.
Problem.
In fact, you told the police in an interview that the guy doesn't like violence. Isn't that right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You remember a conversation with Sergeant LeBombard? You had more than one, I know you did. Do you remember that one in particular?
That was 3 years ago. It's hard to remember.
Okay. But you've already told us that you hadn't observed violence, Joseph exhibiting violence over the 3 years you'd known him, right?
I had not witnessed it.
Okay. May I have a moment, please?
Yes.
That's okay. Thank you. I have nothing else.
No redirect, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lemons. You're all set.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, the state calls Trooper Adam Lipa.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give related to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth on this deemed penalty of murder. I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm reminding everybody to keep their voices up.
All right.
It's just difficult to hear in here. So if we remind you, please project. Could you please state your name?
Adam Lipa,
Could you spell your last name for us, please?
Lippa,
How are you employed?
for the Vermont State Police
When did you begin working for the Vermont State Police?
in July 2018.
Have you worked for other police agencies?
Prior to that, I worked for the Burlington Police Department from January 2015 until I started with the state.
What station have you been assigned to since you became a trooper?
The St. Albans Barracks.
Were you working for the Vermont State Police on October 19th of 2021?
I was.
Was that in St. Albans?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, were you asked to respond to Meadowbrook Lane in the city of St. Albans?
Yes, it was actually the late evening of the 18th, but
Okay,
same time frame.
thank you. Who asked you to respond to that location?
Sergeant Paquette.
What information were you given, if anything, about why you were going to that location?
I was asked to see if there was a white minibus there and advised it may have been used in a crime, but there was not yet probable cause to seize it.
And around what time were you asked to do that?
I was asked at about 10:45 p.m. on the evening of the 18th.
Did you go to that location?
I did.
Do you remember what time you arrived?
It was about 11 o'clock that night.
Was the minibus there?
It was.
Did you see anyone in it?
I did not.
Did you see anyone outside of it?
I did not.
How long were you there?
Before other people showed up?
Yes.
It was about another 45 minutes, I believe.
And during that time, did anybody leave the van?
Nope.
Did anyone enter the van?
Nope.
Did anyone move the van?
No.
So you said about 40 minutes after you arrived, some other folks arrived. That,
I did say that. I think it was actually like an hour and 40 minutes.
okay. And who arrived?
At one point early on, Trooper Berkovic kind of came as I was sitting there. And then about an hour and 40 minutes later, Sergeant Paquette and Captain Hill, I think, along with a few other troopers, arrived.
And what was discussed when everybody arrived, when everybody was congregated?
There was a discussion of doing a protective sweep of the inside of the van.
And did that happen?
It did.
What information, if any, had been conveyed to you about why you might be going in the van?
Dispatch advised that there was a phone call they received indicating that the defendant's wife was deceased inside the van.
When you said that you were doing a protective sweep, what were you looking for?
We were looking for a person that was in distress in need of medical care.
Who entered the van?
Sergeant Paquette, myself, and Trooper Berkovic.
Who went first?
Sergeant Paquette.
And who went second?
I did.
And third?
Trooper Berkovic.
Can you describe for the jury what the interior of the van looks like?
Yeah, I can kind of best describe it as a converted mini school bus. So it had the doors that open similar to how you get on a school bus. When you're standing on the stairway going up into it, the driver's compartment would be on your right. And then towards the left, it was converted. Instead of having seats in there like a normal school bus, there was kind of still the center aisle with a small kitchen on one side, bathroom, shower on the other side. And as you made your way kind of towards the back of it, there was a bed with storage above it and below it.
Did you see a human body in the van?
I did not.
Where was Sergeant Paquette looking?
So he initially entered the van and kind of went towards the back, went in, made a left, and went towards the back near where the bed was set up.
And where were you looking?
I was kind of in the middle portion of the van.
And what about Trooper Berkovic?
He was behind me, kind of just dealing with the entryway. And
how would you describe the condition of the van?
it was certainly lived in, a little cluttered, but nothing jumped out as being broken or, in disrepair. You could tell the bed was unmade. There were some containers out on the cabinet. It didn't show signs that there was a fight or anything that screamed out at me.
Was there a mattress on the bed?
There was.
And was there bedding on the bed?
There was. It was not like a made-up bed, but there were pillows and bedding and sheets. It looked like a bed that someone had slept in. And
can you describe where in the van the bathroom is located?
so as you enter the van, you make a left, and if you're facing the back of it, it would then be on your left-hand side.
And is there any sort of a doorway or anything that blocks the bathroom from the rest of the van?
I believe there was a shower curtain.
Did you look in the bathroom?
I did.
And can you please describe to the jury what you saw in the bathroom area?
There's a small toilet, a small shower, and on the floor of the shower, there were a number of black trash bags kind of stacked up.
Could you see inside the trash bags?
I could not.
Were they tied or were they open?
They were tied shut.
Do you recall how many there were?
There were enough that they were mounded up, but I did not get a count.
And did you do anything with the trash bags?
I picked the top trash bag up just to verify that there was no way Emily was somehow tucked under there, and then I placed it back down.
Can you describe what that top bag felt like to you when you lifted it up?
It felt light, and it was kind of puffy looking, so it looked like there were maybe pillows or some type of lighter bedding.
And Did you lift any other trash bags?
I did not.
Did you move any other trash bags?
I did not.
How long were you in the van?
I would say between 5 and 10 minutes.
And what did you do when you left the van?
I stood by with the van and ultimately at Captain Hill's direction arranged for it to be towed back to the barracks. I then stayed with it until it was towed back.
In October of 2021, did Vermont State Police give troopers body-worn cameras?
Yes,
And did you have one in October of 2021?
yes,
Was it running?
it was.
Have you reviewed your body camera footage, which the state pre-marked as State's Exhibit 5 prior to testifying today?
I have.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the van as you saw it on October 19th of 2021?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 5 and
No, State Exhibit 5 is admitted
yes, and
without objection.
I'm going to write that.
Well, we can't see it now. Now we can see it. Can they all see it?
Is there any sort of a glare?
Good.
Stacy, you have to see it.
We're open over here.
Hey, please, hello?
Large trash bags.
White.
Top ones.
It looked like there was hollow space under the bed. So I don't know if these are all individual drawers. Dog bed. Nothing in that bag. But not heavy enough to have body parts in it. Yeah. So there's that back door. Because there's like, it looked like from the bottom window there was a bit of space under the bed. Which makes sense because everything behind the drawers from like here back. if it's just that upper little latch. Yeah, but I'm wondering about opening the back door to look underneath. Yeah. You're seeing everything in there, and there's nothing of rifle, dog crate. No dice?
Let's see. Things from here.
Is that not our boy, I assume?
No, it is pretty well.
Thank you.
Trooper Lipa, I'm showing you what I have marked as stage 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Could you take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them?
They appear to all be screenshots from the video that was just played.
And are those screenshots a fair and accurate representation of your body camera?
They are.
Your Honor, the state would move to admit states 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Any objection, Ms. Johnson?
No objection.
States 6 through 11 are admitted without objection.
Your Honor, I have no other questions for Trooper Lipa.
Okay, thank you, Trooper.
Thank you.
So, Judge, before, if we could just publish those exhibits for the
Yeah.
jury?
You want to publish them
I've got
by
them.
hand or on the?
They're right here, yeah.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state next calls Detective Sergeant James Voris.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
Should I do that now? Or before we start this listening? Before you do.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth, nothing but the truth, under the pain and penalty of murder.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We are learning that the acoustics in this room are not great, so try to keep your voice up so that the folks in the back of the jury can hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
James Voris, V as in Victor, Ooris.
And how are you employed?
I am employed by the Vermont State Police
How long have you been employed by the Vermont State Police?
since January 2014.
Okay. And were you employed by them on October of 2021?
Yes.
And were you a detective sergeant at the time?
Yes.
And are you still?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, were you assigned as the case officer for an investigation related to Emily Ferlazzo?
Yes, I was.
And what does it mean to be a case officer?
So to be a case officer, so I'm assigned to the major crime unit. So as a case officer, I'm responsible for the organization of a case. As a detective sergeant, I'm responsible to conduct interviews, collect evidence, review evidence, author search warrants, just the general investigative actions.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you sort of collect all of that for the case?
Yes, so there'll be several or numerous individuals that work on a case, and I collect their reports and their work product. I compile it into a case file and provide it.
Okay. And have you reviewed all of the evidence in this case?
I believe so.
Okay. And did you prepare evidence for the court for this trial?
Yes, I did.
And what does that entail?
So specifically with the physical evidence for this trial, I just recently packaged it in clear evidence bags so it was visible without having it removed from the paper evidence bags it was in.
Okay. And do you recall some of the stuff you did that for?
I do.
The jury hasn't seen any of it yet, but can you tell them just some of it?
I repackaged projectiles, a casing, ammunition, some pillows. I believe that might be it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So when you were assigned to this case, what information did you have initially?
So initially, I learned that other troopers were investigating a missing persons case, and I responded to the St. Albans State Police Barracks to assist with that.
Okay. Where were you stationed at the time?
I was assigned to the Major Crime Unit.
Okay. And did it matter, do you know why you were going to St. Albans?
Yes, so it was a missing persons complaint at the time, but there were circumstances that were known to law enforcement that made it suspicious, and if it ultimately was a homicide, it would be assigned to the Major Crime Unit. So oftentimes, if we kind of have some suspicious circumstances, we'll get involved early on.
Okay. And was there some connection to St. Albans that brought you there?
There was a vehicle located in St. Albans by other troopers, and that's where they were meeting, so that's where we met.
Okay. And so did you do anything to attempt to locate Emily?
I did.
And what was that?
So I requested records, what we call exigent records, location records related to her cell phone, her Facebook account, and Joseph Ferlazzo's cell phone.
Okay. Did the Facebook records provide anything useful in an attempt to locate her?
There was location data provided by Facebook. It was the last known location of the device associated with the account.
And where was that?
It was, so Facebook provides that in a latitude, longitude. They provide a latitude and longitude, and when you map it, it was Bolton Valley, Vermont, near Bear Run.
Okay, so it was that specific that it actually said it was near Bear Run in Bolton Valley?
The accuracy, I don't recall exactly what it was, but it was good.
Okay. And do you recall what the time was for that last known location of the device?
I believe it was October 15th, 2021 at 10:14 p.m.
Okay. And just to be clear, that was for Emily's device?
Emily's Facebook account. That was associated with her Facebook account.
Okay. And was that location of Bear Run and Bolton significant to you at the time?
Yes.
And why is that?
The information I had was that her last known location was in Bolton, Vermont.
Okay. And on October, skipping ahead to October 19th, were you made aware that Joseph Ferlazzo was at the St. Albans BSP barracks?
Yes.
And was he there related to this incident?
Yes.
And do you know how he arrived at the barracks?
I do. I learned that Detective Sergeant Amy Nolan, who at the time was also a member of MCU, had located Joseph at the Maple Fields in St. Albans, Vermont.
Okay. And do you know what she was doing there at the time?
I believe she was buying lunch.
Okay. And do you know what Mr. Ferlazzo was doing there?
He was making a purchase as well.
Okay. So, in summary, what information did you have at the time about Mr. Ferlazzo's possible involvement in Emily's disappearance?
So I knew the information that Trooper Cody had obtained the night prior. I read his report when I came into the office. I knew that Spencer Lemons had called 911 and made a report and what he reported. And then I had attempted to locate Emily through her device and Joe through his device. And then I learned that Sergeant Nolan located Joe.
Okay. And so at the time that Mr. Ferlazzo was at the barracks, had anybody located Emily?
No, she had not been located.
Okay. And regarding the 911 call, the jury just heard the 911 call. Do you recall when that was?
I believe the timestamp is a few minutes after midnight on October 19th, like 12:03 a.m. on October 19th, 2021.
Okay, and at what time was Mr. Ferlazzo brought to the barracks?
Shortly after 2 p.m. on October 19th, 2021.
Okay, so approximately 14 hours after the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long, and so once he arrived at the barracks, where did he go?
It's my understanding he went into an interview room at the St. Albans State Police Barracks.
Okay, so you weren't a part of that?
I was not.
Okay. How long was he in the interview room before you spoke with him?
It was about 20 minutes.
Okay. And while he's in the interview room, is that room recorded?
Yes, the interview room is audio and video recorded.
Okay. And so during those 20 minutes before you spoke with him, what was happening in the interview room?
Mr. Ferlazzo was in the interview room. There was a uniformed trooper, I believe it was Sergeant Michael Philippek, that was in there with him. Sergeant Philippek searched Mr. Ferlazzo, and then they just had general conversation for about 20 minutes. Mr. Ferlazzo was brought some food, he was brought a beverage, he was brought a blanket.
Okay. And was that all at his request?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So when you went into the interview room, had anybody spoke to Mr. Ferlazzo about Emily?
Not to my knowledge.
And so how did you start your interaction with him?
I introduced myself. I told him who I was, who I worked for, and I read Mr. Ferlazzo his Miranda rights.
Okay. I'm going to show you States 12. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the Miranda warnings that I filled out on the 19th and that I read to Mr. Ferlazzo and that he signed and dated.
And this is a fair and accurate depiction of the Miranda warnings?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Move to admit States 12.
Any objection to States 12?
No objection.
States 12 is admitted without objection.
Up on the screen here now, is that the Miranda form that we just admitted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you go over each of these questions with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, they're not really questions. They're his rights, but I read them to him. I read them to him. I asked if he understood them, and then I ask if he wants to speak with me.
Okay. And then this part, the 1019, 245, and the signature, who wrote those?
Mr. Ferlazzo wrote the signature, and I believe he dated and signed it, or dated and time stamped it as well.
Okay. How long did you speak with Mr. Ferlazzo in the interview room?
I believe our total interview was about 2.5 hours, maybe a little less.
Okay. And was that entire interaction, including those 20 minutes before you went in, captured on video?
Yes.
And audio?
Yes, ma'am. There are times where he requested to use the bathroom or we went outside and he smoked a cigarette. Those are not captured on the audio and video, but we also use a backup like digital recorder, and that just goes in your pocket. So that's captured on that.
Okay, so either through video or audio, the entire time that you were speaking with Mr. Ferlazzo on the 19th is captured in some way?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed that interview recording?
Yes.
The state has, are you aware the state has marked that as states 19?
Yes.
Okay. And is it an accurate representation of the entire time that Mr. Ferlazzo was in the interview room?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, the state would move to admit states 19?
Yes, thank you, Judge. We do object to the admission of the recorded interview. We have previously provided the court with written reasons why we believe the statement was not voluntary. We renew everything that is contained in our previously filed motion and ask the court to exclude this interview from this trial. We further move to exclude it because it contains information about post-mortem injuries to Emily Ferlazzo's body. We've previously filed a written motion to exclude those testimony concerning that those injuries. We renew everything, all the bases that are in our previously filed motion to exclude, and ask the court to exclude that testimony on the grounds that it is not relevant, not probative of any essential element in the case, and is highly prejudicial to Mr. Ferlazzo's rights. So for those, we also, when we come to it, there are photographs of Mr. Ferlazzo at the end of the interview that we also have objected to the introduction of. I know that's a separate exhibit we can deal with when the state introduces it, but I believe it will be shown as part of this video. And so we are objecting to the introduction of those photographs as unnecessary, not probative, and highly prejudicial to Mr. Ferlazzo.
Certainly on the voluntariness issue, that's an issue you can argue to the jury, but for reasons stated in a long written decision, that objection is overruled, and the jury may hear the statements in the interview that was done. With regard to the post-mortem injuries, the court has previously filed a written order as well. The court will stand by that order and overrule that objection and allow the admission of the post-mortem injuries as we have already outlined what can and will not be admitted in that regard, and the pictures of Mr. Ferlazzo, frankly, the court didn't find had, it certainly had relevance and had very minimal prejudice. So those were also subject to a written order as well. So your objections are noted and overruled.
Thank you. Just with respect to timing, Judge, I know this, do you want to take a break now before you start this, or start it and then take a break?
I'd probably start it and take a break at 2:30, which is my usual time, maybe 20 to 3.
But Mr. Ferlazzo needs to.
Oh, does he need a break?
Judge, I'm not starting it right now. If we can, I have like 5 more questions before I start it.
All right. So
Do we want to do that?
If he needs a break, we'll obviously need to take a break. But why don't you ask any lead-in questions you need before the video is played?
Okay. So before we play the video, after Mr. Ferlazzo waived his Miranda rights, did you ask him if he had any idea what investigators wanted to speak to him about?
Yes, I did.
And what was his response?
Something to the effect of he was there to talk to us, I didn't have to beat around the bush, and that he believed we had talked to Spencer already.
Okay. And the jury has just heard from Spencer. Did you ask him what happened to Emily?
So, Judge, the best evidence is the video, and this will all be heard by the jury pursuant to the court's instruction. There's really no point in having Detective Voris repeat what they're going to see on the video. So I object to these questions.
It's overruled so long as it's quite limited in scope.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. Did you immediately ask him what happened to Emily?
Yes.
And what was his response?
He explained that they had traveled to Vermont for a weekend away. I believe they went to Bolton. When they got to Bolton, he described her as being psychotic. I think he uses the term berserk. And ultimately, he told me he shot her twice in the head.
Okay. How quickly into the interview did he tell you this?
A minute or two after Miranda.
Okay. And do you recall what he stated when you asked him to describe Emily when he shot her?
He told me at some point in the interview, he explained that the fighting had stopped and she was laying on the bed.
Okay. Okay. So, Judge, we would now seek to start the video if you want to take a break.
Okay, so if folks need a break, we'll take a break. Let's keep it relatively short. It's 2:10 now. Let's be back at 2:20.
Thank you.
All right.
seated. After asking the break, Ms. George.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, please. I'll help if you need it. Yeah, no, I know. Can you see, Josie? Okay. Can you all see?
Or Blair.
I think so. Yeah, shut the lights. Is that better or worse? It is real time.
Coffee or anything? I'm gonna go get him some food. Okay. Or Joe's gonna search again. Make sure, can you set that or do you want me to patch it on the outside? I'm kind of cold. So don't take it up. Don't take it up. Okay.
Long night, huh? Yeah. You got your keys? All right. Any knives on those keys? Oh, you know what, there's like a little baby, oh, that? I said that right there. You turn around? Yep. We do this, you know, we always make sure anybody that comes in here doesn't have any knives or anything on them. Is that your wallet? Yeah. You said that there.
As long as you ever see the videos where police don't do a good search and it shows up all over the internet, things go crazy because something's missing on or something we don't find. Like that. I'm not saying you would do that, but just because it does sometimes happen.
Yeah.
So everybody,
Especially here in Vermont, everybody allowed to have guns. There's nothing illegal about it. So we're just always, you know, hyper vigilant. So yeah, have a seat, make yourself comfortable.
gotta, like the detective is gonna come in and chat with you. I think Amy said she's gonna get you some food because you're hungry.
Yeah. Okay. We'll work on that. Keep us on this. You just try to confiscate it. I'm not gonna let them keep anything. There's something illegal about it. So we're finished popping off this. Yeah. What were you doing? Just going to the gas station? Yeah, shot you? Yeah. No way. Were you on the side of the road? Yeah, let's just walk to the gas station. Jesus.
What time is it? What day is it? Just basic stuff. Yeah.
It is Tuesday, October 19th, 2026. Essex?
I was living in Essex for a year.
On Park Street?
Yeah.
How about that?
So how about that? So you from that way?
No, my mom's a teacher there. I'm familiar with the area.
Yeah, I lived there for years. It's a good spot. Close to everything.
Do you own a house there?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably could have bought a house for where the rent was.
The expenses there?
24.
Yeah. It's right by Five Corners, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're shot at everything, so they're paying for location.
Yeah, right.
What time did you shut start?
We started at 8.
You did on day shift, so I do like 8 to 8, like a 12 or something?
No, 9. It's either 9 or 10 hours.
I'm gonna go get you a sandwich, but will this hold you over? You have any? Okay, I'll go get ham, turkey.
Somebody believe that. I know.
Somebody
I know.
a bunch of cops around.
You're fine. It's not funny.
I just said, you know, all the food I can find.
You don't fuck it. Very, very.
All right, you got it.
I appreciate your effort.
You got it. All right, I'll get you a sandwich.
I'm not telling in a minute, man.
You don't want to have it?
No, no. I'm not a donut kind of guy. Well, really sweet, you know?
Yeah, it's too much. I laid off sugar for a while.
Yeah. No, our day shifts, we start at 8, and then we go till 5. Some guys work a split, and then other guys start at 5 and work all night, so it's staggered.
in a blanket?
No, yeah,
There you go.
it's cold out there.
Yeah, Paul is finally here.
Oh, yeah. Shivering. There you go. Well, me, I'm glad they're doubling up. You been here, ever been here before? I know you said you're from Essex, but this place, if you need anything while you're here, you know, just holler, we'll get you water or whatever. There's a bathroom out through that door. There's another bathroom down the way. Just as long as you just ask somebody, make sure you get to where you gotta go. How's that going? I said, it's not well. It's not well. I'm over here actually just focusing on trying to keep my stomach to let it stay good. Is it the only thing you eat today? Yeah, it's pretty rich. Yeah, it's not eating all day and then for what? Yeah. 6 years. 6 years. New faces, I guess, huh? I guess, yeah. Long turnaround. What is kind of cool about our job, I guess, is we don't have to be in the office every day. We can work from our cars, essentially. So we don't really have to be in the office. Yeah. So sometimes I'll go like weeks without actually having you. Yeah. When I was living in Pennsylvania, my friends worked on the PD, and they still had to go and for the roll call time, they had like chart and shit, I think, or something. Yeah. Every PD's, the state's a little different. Yeah. Feel like even like they're not doing really anything. Burlington PD, they got to go in and like actually clock in, like physically. With like paper and like it's like digital, yeah, but it's digital now, yeah. Like I think they use their badge or their ID or something. They have to like scan it in, so it's all recorded on site. You want this close? Somebody's walking by looking at you. No, it's okay. It's okay. I try to be nuts when I'm in my office trying to work. Everybody walks by, talks, whatever. To me, it's like I can't. It's just distracting. That's why I don't come in here very often. Or I'll close the door to my office. Just keep it quiet. Yeah. You drink coffee? Yeah. got a shot of espresso. Oh, you did? Yeah. Was that at the Maple Fields there? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Usually guys will have coffee on the spot at the telegraph or something. In that break room that we were just standing by, they didn't have any. I appreciate the thought. Yeah, of course. When whoever comes in here to talk, step out and see if I can try some guns for you. Do you have anything else you like? We can get you more water, of course. I think there's some tea floating around here. I'm not sure what kind of tea. Every now and then, I like sodas and stuff in the fridge. Some protein powder. Protein shit. I haven't done that in a long time. But I used to do it every day. And that's why I haven't done it in a while. I can still so vividly picture the taste. Yeah. All lumpy, mix it up. Yeah, it's just never been good. I don't think it's supposed to be though. Yeah, I guess usually, like for me, I just chug it, and I used to care about the consistency, and I just don't care. Yeah. Who was I supposed to talk to? I don't know. JP. There is a JP here, is that what they said? Yeah, actually, he's going to talk to me. Huh? I'm not sure. They're having a whole powwow over there. Are they? I mean, I see people in and out of it. But I'm not sure if it's over yet. They're probably just putting it all together and then just kind of sitting in front of it. I'm not sure. That's probably what they're going to do. They're probably just prep work. Well, I don't know. Obviously, those are conversations I'm not part of because I'm not here with you, so I'm not no idea. Text updates from my wife. Today was my daughter's first day in daycare. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Get pictures and stuff? Not yet. I asked for some. So she's just texting me updates and she's doing well. Daycare? Or daycare? Preschool? Is it just it's just a daycare. It's daycare. Yeah, she's only a year and a half. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, she's super young. Yeah. So I was nervous this morning. You were? Yeah. She's never been to a daycare or anything before. She's going to come back with like a runny nose. Yeah, right. Probably. That's going to be nothing to worry about. And then you're going to get a runny nose and a cough. The kids are like little petri dishes, man. They just breathe germs. Yeah, everywhere. They haven't built the antibodies, so like it gets to like a stronger version of the virus, and then you can get your ass kicked by it. Yeah. That's how I got what I believe was COVID. Did you? That was 2019. This cute little kid, literally his entire face was booger. It was beautiful. It was huge, like sausage for eyeballs, like big long lashes like this. Yeah. And I'm holding them at arm's length, and I'm like, I'm looking at him, and I'm so sick from this. So it was cute, bouncing on my lap. And, you know, my ex was like, oh, I gotta get this room clean with this kid. Just give me the kid. Sure enough, you got sick. So sick. Yeah. I think it was COVID. It was like a, did you lose like smell and taste and all that? Not really. Yeah, so not really. It was just kind of like your run-of-the-mill sort of flu. Yeah, yeah. I were coughing for like 3 weeks. Yeah. You know, that was getting old pretty quick. That's what a lot of people say. Is it's just a bad cold or bad flu. Yeah, when you like lost taste or lost smell. Yeah. I get a little bit from like my congestion, but like I think that's pretty typical. Like, yeah. Any sinus. Just like anything. pretty more common than not. The bad cases are pretty few and far between. You said you're in Pennsylvania now? Or that's where you used to live? That's where I was born. That's where you were born? Yeah. I wonder how it is there. Because every state you go to is obviously different. Like with how the common person feels about the whole situation. I went and visited my in-laws in New York. And everywhere around there, like nobody, like in the height of the pandemic, nobody cared. Nobody was wearing a mask. You have about Florida doing the same thing. And then you come up here, it's like everybody's wearing a mask. You feel awkward if you weren't.
You know, I masked and I didn't mask and I touched things and I didn't use hand sanitizer every second. And really, I just lived my life the way I was living it.
Yeah.
I just tested negative. Yeah. I'm pretty sure whatever the fuck that thing was in 19 was that thing. The big bad boogie monster. Yeah, right. Of the super flu that we had to shut America down for.
Crazy times.
Yeah. Honestly, like, I mean, I guess picture yourself being America and you have like $1 trillion debt that somebody's calling in. What's the easiest way to like break the economy? Just break it.
Yeah, it's broken.
It's broken, yeah. But then
You can't argue that.
But then on the low, like everybody's like spending their savings, but then it jumped back up.
Yeah.
I imagine that's got to be pissing some people off.
Probably.
Cool.
Joe?
You the guy?
Is it Joe or Joseph? Which do you prefer? Do you have a preference?
Whatever's easier for you.
Whatever you prefer. I'm James.
James.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, Seth. How are you?
Dude, that's a bit like
Okay. I'm just happy if it's hangs right there.
I don't need it right now.
All right.
Just so you know.
Yep. Appreciate it.
Take your finger like that.
It's just, we're just going to shut the door just for privacy purposes. I'm sure you saw there's a few people walking around.
Oh, it's good there.
Do you need anything? I see you got water. Somebody got you some food?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. So like I said, my name is James. This is Seth. We work for the state police. We're detectives. We've been trying to get up to speed on what's going on today, and it's our understanding that you might be able to help us kind of understand a few things. We are happy to listen. Our ultimate goal is to find Emily, and we're hoping that you can help us with that. Before we get going, I just want to be fair to you. Obviously, we're here in a state police barracks, right? And I just said we're the state police. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of the rights that you have. So I would read these to you. We're here in St. Albans, Vermont. Are you from Vermont?
Not originally.
Not originally?
I've lived here since 2012.
Okay, that's longer than me. Today is 19th of October. Up in this area the whole time, or?
Oh, just sort of bouncing around. I tried Richmond and Essex.
Richmond, Essex area?
Yeah. All right. Down up here.
I'm going to read these to you, and I'll just ask that if you understand them, you tell me yes. If not, we'll go over them again, okay? So the first one says that you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Right.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer before questioning and to have a lawyer present with you during any questioning. Make sense?
Of course.
If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one would be appointed to represent you at public expense before any questioning, if you wish. In Vermont, that is called a public defender. Make sense?
Yeah.
If you decide to answer questions, you may stop the questioning at any time. Make sense?
Yes.
Do you understand each of these rights I've explained to you?
Yes.
Do you want to talk to me now?
Yes.
Okay. So this next section is just the waiver. It says, I've been advised that I have the right to remain silent, to be represented by a lawyer, to talk with one prior to questioning, and to have one present during questioning. Knowing my rights, I agree to waive them and talk to you now. No threats or promises have been made to me. So if you agree to that, I'll just make you sign right here. All right. Oops, sorry. Oh, you're going to date it. Thank you for that. It's 2:45 p.m. All right. So, Joe, is it fair to say that you have an idea of what we want to talk about?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm here to talk to you. Like, you don't have to be there in the bush.
Okay.
I'm sure you already talked to Spencer. I fucked up. Plain and simple. Like, I had a fucking lapse. And did something that I can't undo. So here we are.
All right. Well, why don't we, I think what would be helpful for me is just have you start from the beginning of what happened, and start from the beginning, and we'll listen. And then, maybe at the end we'll have a few questions, but we'll go from there. Is that fair?
Yeah.
All right, so I'll turn it over to you. So, kind of what happened.
So I came to Vermont. I was living in New Hampshire for like the last 2 months with my wife and her family. And I came to Vermont. We were supposed to have like a weekend away, like vacation, do some camping, like have some fun. And like as soon as I put the vehicle in park, like my wife went completely berserk, like completely psychotic. And I shot her. As a result of that. And now here we are. So.
All right. Can you, where did that happen?
Bolton, Vermont.
Okay. All right. So, I guess my next question is, when did that happen? Saturday. Do you know about what time? Saturday evening? All right.
No. No. Saturday morning. I think I was. It was like, yeah, it was Saturday morning. That's what it was.
Okay.
I think I might be screwed up.
Okay. I appreciate you clarifying that for me.
I really can imagine I've been home for days. My mind isn't right now, so.
So tell me about like how your wife, you said to Emily, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about you and Emily getting to Bolton, like when you got there, how you got there, the vehicle you were in, that kind of thing.
We drove the Chevy. I guess we got there Friday night.
Where were you guys coming from?
New Hampshire.
So you go straight from New Hampshire to Bolton? Okay. Where in Bolton? Bolton's a big town.
The resort.
Can you describe it to me?
It's a big resort.
Yeah.
Ski resort.
Yeah, there's a bunch of buildings up there, right?
Yeah.
So whereabouts were you guys when all this happened? Like, where were you headed?
My sister was like Airbnb, so I was like using an opportunity to like spend time with my family.
Okay.
And we just went, it went terrible, it went so south.
All right. Do you know where at the resort? Had you arrived at the resort when this happened?
Yeah, like we were there, and we stopped. And, typical, like got some stuff to drink. Trying to like listen to music. I was trying to put some candles on. Have some wine. And
tables around, telling me to put them out, turn the music off. Just being like forceful and aggressive with me. It just turned to like punching and kicking and like, just a lot of hurtful things. I can't even remember all of them, but all I know is I was just dumbfounded that, I make all this effort to like try to do something nice. Just get treated like shit.
When we were talking about the candles and the wine stuff, is that the Airbnb you're talking about, or is that in your RV?
In the RV.
Was it part of that, the resort?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it near the Airbnb that your sister was at?
Yeah.
I'm not super familiar with Dearest. Is there just like a parking lot?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that where this happened?
Yes.
Okay. And so, when you say there was a lot of kicking and punching, like who was kicking and punching?
I don't kick and punch. Like,
You don't?
I don't.
Okay.
Like, I've never heard, up until now, I don't engage.
Okay.
Like, I am the punching bag.
So,
And I didn't want to be punching bag anymore.
so was Emily punching you?
I just had like a moment and like, I don't know, like,
Where was she punching you?
in my arm and like kicking me in the groin, like, just like body blows and, she's shorts.
And was this kind of the punching and kicking, was that occurring inside the van? Or do you call it a van? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, whatever you
Truck?
like.
Okay.
Whatever you like, in the vehicle.
The vehicle.
That's better.
Works for me.
Okay.
So the vehicle's parked up at Bolton near the Airbnb, and kind of the situation between you and Emily is occurring inside of the van. How does that turn into, I heard you say that you shot her, so explain how that incident continued.
I don't even know. Like, I just know that I like sat down and like was like something inside my head, just like I remember feeling really warm, and I remember feeling blurry, and I don't know. Something inside me said enough is enough.
Okay. And what did you shoot her with?
A pistol.
Okay, do you know what kind of pistol?
It's a Glock pistol.
A Glock. Whose Glock is it?
It's mine.
Okay. Where is the Glock now?
It's in the bus.
It's in the bus. Okay. Can you describe Emily when you shot her? And what was she doing?
She had stopped fighting, and she'd gone and laid down, and I went and jumped on top of her. And I shot her in the head.
How many times? 2. Okay. What did you do next?
Cleaned up and had like an anxiety attack, and I don't know. I don't know if I get past that.
Okay. Describe what you mean when you say you cleaned up.
It was like blood coming over her head, so I like put a bag over it, so catch the blood, and clean up there's blood on the pillows, so just bag everything up.
Okay. What kind of bag?
Just a trash bag.
Like a trash bag? Okay. Are those still in the bus? Okay. Where is Emily?
She's in the
Where in the bus?
bathroom.
She's in the bathroom. I haven't been in the bus. So can you describe the bus for me? Like, what's the layout? You walk through the doors.
Bathroom and kitchen and bed.
Okay.
Would it be easier if you drew a little diagram showing us instead?
Too late.
Because the bus, I did see it from the outside. It's pretty big. Here, I'll see it.
Second. Faucet. Top. Bathroom. Shower. Toilet. Emily. Closet. Studio. Bed.
Which is the front of the bus and the back?
Right with the steering wheel is
Would you mind just, maybe just for reference for us, just labeling what you drew here? So you said this is the bathroom? And I thought I heard you said this circle is Emily, and that's what you depicted? Okay. Could you label that for me too? And then the bed. So, just so I understand, so the incident where you jump on top of her and shoot her, that occurred?
Before you get too far, you want to just put your name on that just so we drew it?
It's still 19, perfect.
Too much fun data for me doing.
Just to reference this picture for a second.
Hold this up.
Yeah, the incident that you described where you jump on top of her and shot her twice in the head, did that occur on the bed, this bed here, at the back of the bus? And then you explained that, you put the bag on her because she's bleeding, and you cleaned up. So just so I understand, how does she get from the bed to the bathroom?
carried her.
You carried her?
Yes, sir.
Was it obvious that she was deceased?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you move her to the bathroom?
I was trying to clean the blood from the things underneath there.
Okay, so like the blanket that's up underneath her?
Yeah.
Okay. Where in this bus is the firearm that you used to block?
In the bed.
It's in the bed. Are there any other firearms in there?
Yes.
Okay. What other guns are there?
There's like one other small pistol and a hunting rifle and a hunting shotgun.
Okay. And then I think one thing I would like to clarify is the time that this happened. So do you know about the time you arrived at Bolton Valley on Friday when you came from New Hampshire? 8 p.m. Friday night, roughly?
Maybe earlier.
Okay.
I would say give it a window like 7 to 8.
So you arrived between 7 and 8. And what time did the shooting happen approximately?
Maybe like 1 or 2.
1 or 2 a.m.?
Yeah, 1 and 2.
Which would be fair to say that's Saturday morning?
That is Saturday morning.
Okay. Okay. And so after you kind of clean up and you put Emily in the bathroom, what do you do?
I don't know. I had like a panic moment, and all I can remember is like a jumble, like no sense. Like, nothing made sense. Whatever, it was just basically like blank flashes. If you go to like a disco, you just look up. Like, there was nothing. What the hell did I do? I eventually, probably, I don't even know if I slept. The following morning, I had some breakfast with my sister. Coffee and some breakfast with her.
Tell me about that.
I had some coffee and some breakfast with my sister.
In the Airbnb?
The coffee was in the Airbnb, and then we ran down the street for some breakfast.
Okay. Did you talk about what had happened?
No.
No?
No, I was meeting her boyfriend, so.
Okay. All right. Did they ask about Emily?
Yeah.
What they ask?
Just like, what's her deal?
What'd you say?
I was like, yeah, I mean, you know, my role is like her husband, but also I'm just a punching bag, like.
Did they ask where she was when you went out to breakfast? What did you say?
She's still sleeping.
Okay. Cool. All right. Do you know where you went to breakfast?
Maxie's.
Maxie's. Whereabouts is Maxie's?
In Waterbury.
In Waterbury? Okay. All right. So after Maxie's, how did you get to Maxie's?
She drove.
Your sister? Okay. And does the bus remain at Bolton? Say, yes, I'm sorry.
That's a yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Oh, thanks. So you go to breakfast with your sister. What happens next?
I came back and I left. I know I ended up, I went to my friend's place in St. Albans.
Okay.
That's what I did next.
Do you know how you got there?
Drove the bus there.
Drove the bus there. Okay. All right. Do you recall if you made any stops along the way?
I don't think so.
Stop at a gas station, store?
Probably a gas station.
Do you know which one you would have stopped at? Okay. Somewhere between Bolton and St. Albans? All right.
Yeah.
It's a little ways. What's your friend's name?
Sarah.
That's the husband too?
Yeah.
Does she live with anybody?
Her husband, Jason.
Sarah and Jason?
We got kids too.
Okay. And is that where you left the bus? Okay. Did you talk to them about anything that had happened? No. Did they know Emily? Did they ask about her? Tell me about that.
Just like the basic stuff, like where is she, like, what's her deal? Like, I mean, honestly, like, if I'm being honest, they were like, good fucking riddance. Like, you are better. Like, well,
When you said they said good fucking riddance, did they know what had happened? Okay.
yeah.
So did you, correct me if I was wrong, but based on what you're telling me, you told Sarah and Jason what you had done?
No, I didn't tell them what I had done.
Okay.
No, like, they were just asking, like, so where's Emily? Like, and I said, oh, she's gone. Like,
Okay.
And they're like, good.
Got it. Okay.
They're like, you're, doesn't matter now.
So you had just said that she was gone, but didn't indicate what had happened.
I didn't know.
Okay.
I'm ashamed of myself. Like, I never thought I'd be here. You know, like I started my life like just believing that like you give love, you get love, it's mutual, it's reciprocal. And, you know. You don't fuck with people's lives, like, you know, you just trying to be a good person. And now here I am, I killed her, like, I did.
So after Sarah and Jason's house, and I apologize, like I said, you know, coming into this today, trying to learn some of the information, and I might have it wrong. Is there another friend in the area that you go to at some point this weekend?
I saw Spencer.
Spencer.
Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, I think you mentioned him earlier.
Yeah, I talked to Spencer. I told Spencer what I did.
Okay, tell me about that conversation.
I guess it's like the kind of conversation where you're driving along and you're just yelling with your best friend, and then you just tell them. Even though, like, you don't want to tell them, just tell them, just to get it off your chest.
Okay. Do you recall, like, what or how you told him, or what you told him?
So we drove down to the Lang's place, and there was like, all you guys were there last night. I don't know if you know, but like, there was like a probably 4 or 5 police vehicles out there. So I was like, yo, turn around. Like, I'm not in a good space to do this right now. And then we were talking, and I told him, and
what was his reaction?
he turned the car around.
What did you tell him?
I told him that I killed her.
Okay. Did you tell him how you killed her?
No.
Okay.
He was like, where's that? I said, she's on the bus. He said, is she living on the bus? And I said, no, she's dead. I killed her. And he turned the car around, and I was like, listen, I'm going to jump out of this car, so, like, I can't do this right now. I just need some air. Like, I can't breathe. I'm like overheating. So I got out, and that was it. We drove away.
And where did you go?
I just walked down the road a bit, and then saw like a little covered shed or something like that. And sat down. Yeah.
All right. So I kind of want to get back. I feel like we were working through the weekend, and I kind of jumped ahead because I was trying to understand the people that you visited. So that was Sarah and Jason and Spencer. So back to kind of Saturday afternoon after you leave Fulton, you go to Sarah and Jason's house. Do you know what you do next on Saturday afternoon or evening?
Oh, yeah, my sister. I told my sister I would do a knee tattoo for her.
Okay.
So I do a knee tattoo for my sister, and then we go get some food, and then I go home and fall asleep.
Where did you do the tattoo?
At the lines.
Where's that? I'm sorry.
There, Jason Lines.
Oh, okay.
Spencer's last name is Lemons, too. I don't know if you want to write down there.
Lemons?
Lemons.
So you drew a tattoo at the Langs.
Right.
What kind of tattoo?
It's pine cone with maple leaf and some acorns.
Oh, nice.
Like a pine fruit.
How big is it? On the wrist? A big pine cone?
No, it's not a big pine cone. The pine cone is yay big. The maple leaf is like yay big. The acorns are just like two small acorns, and then there's like a pine branch with the pine needles.
Okay. All right. Do you, so after the tattoo, do you know where you guys get food?
Twigs.
Twigs. Where's that?
Twigs on Main Street.
Is that here in town, St. Albans?
You ever been to Twigs?
No, I'm not from the area.
Do go to Twigs.
Is it decent? All right. Good stuff.
Yeah. You ever been either?
I'm not from Southern Vermont.
Oh.
Who's the guy?
It's like a gastropub. You know, like burgers and wraps and flatbreads.
All right, price.
It's crazy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. It's good. It's good on the hospitality. You pay for that. Good drinks too.
So was your sister's Nicole, or Nikki, was her boyfriend with her? Any conversations during the tattoo or dinner about what had happened?
What I had done?
Yeah.
I have not told my sister or her boyfriend.
Okay. To this day?
To this day.
Sitting here now? Okay.
I couldn't.
Okay.
The fact that she's going to find out. Not super okay with that, but somehow this is where it ended up.
And you said you returned home Saturday night after Twigs. Where's home?
I just went back to the vehicle.
And that was still parked at Sarah and Jason's? So Saturday, did you spend the night in the vehicle parked at Sarah and Jason's? And kind of moving forward to, do you know about what time you returned home and went to bed Saturday night?
Between 8:30 and 9:30.
And this whole time, is Emily still in the bathroom on the bus? You're shaking your head, yes?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure that it's very clear.
Yeah.
You know, that I'm not interpreting something that you're saying to me.
No, I'm sorry for not being forthcoming enough. I'm just really tired.
It's okay. I appreciate that you're willing to have this conversation, so. So 8:30 to 9:30, you return, you go to bed. Where do you sleep on the bus on Saturday night? In the bed? Okay. Tell me about waking up Sunday. What did you do on Sunday?
What day is it now? Tuesday?
Today's Tuesday.
Fell into a hole, I guess.
What do you mean?
The same sort of just like not really able to like have clear thought, where I just feel like you're stuck in a hole.
So you're not, so Barry said you're not sure what you did on Sunday?
Right.
Do you know where you slept on Sunday?
Template.
In the bus at Sarah and Jason's? Okay. All right. And then yesterday, Monday, tell me about yesterday.
told them that Emily was missing. And then I drove back from New Hampshire after telling them that Emily was missing.
Where did you drive to New Hampshire?
Motorcycle.
Okay. Where did you drive back to Vermont from New Hampshire?
With Jeep.
Is it your motorcycle? And it's your Jeep? All right. Did you make any other stops in New Hampshire other than Emily's parents and talk to them?
No.
That was the only place you went?
Right.
Okay. Where was your Jeep?
At their place.
Was that their place? Okay. When you returned to Vermont, what did you do?
I went to Spencer's.
All right. Tell me about that.
I drove to Spencer to Linda's house.
Do you know about what time you got there?
11:30.
In the morning?
11:30
p.m. And is that when the conversation that you described earlier occurred?
Yes. We drove from Spencer's house to Sarah's house.
Okay.
And then saw a brigade of police.
Whose vehicle did you drive from Spencer's to
Spencer was
Sarah's?
driving his vehicle.
His vehicle.
And it's like a sedan, Honda or Toyota or something. I don't know. Yeah, and then I told him I did. Everything out.
What did you do? I know you described what you did immediately after you walked, went to a bench, you said. Where did you sleep last night?
I found the target to roll myself up under a rock. Well, not like under a rock, more like between a rock and like a tree stump.
Do you know where?
Somewhere around here.
Like in this general area?
It was dark. I started to freak out, wrap myself up. I was freezing and shivering. Found the place outside. No, it was crazy windy. 40 degrees. I was just trying to stay warm.
Okay.
Wandering aimlessly.
Well, I appreciate you telling me all that and kind of doing the time span from Friday when you got to Vermont, so kind of how we ended up here today.
Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, is that okay? What I'd like to do is really focus in on Friday itself and the incident with you and Emily, and kind of go over that with a little bit more detail. Is that fair? So my understanding from what you told me is that you got into Vermont between 7 and 8 p.m. So tell me everything from 7 to 8 p.m. once you arrive in Bolton, all the interaction that you and Emily had. You know, I know you said that, you know, there was kicking and punching, but any conversations you remember, specific, you know, kicks and punches that you remember, where she was hitting you, that kind of thing. Tell me all about that.
I mean, I guess I can't really remember anything specifically because, like, I'd be like, hey, you want to go for, like, a walk? And she would just come out with, like, fuck you, fuck this place, like, this is pathetic, you're pathetic, like, I can't fucking stand it, like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, I'm so done. And then it was just that, and more of that, and more of that. Every time I opened my mouth to, like, try something, anything, just more of, like, I can't do this, I'm not doing this, like.
What didn't you, what she can't do what? What didn't she want to do?
I guess be with me, like, do anything with me, like, dance with me loud, like, hang out, like, talk about anything, like, nothing, like, just, I opened my mouth and she would immediately shut me down with something hurtful. I started lighting candles because I wanted to light, and then she decided that she did not want candlelight, and then that I should sit in the dark. And then she was like trying to turn the candles off, and you know, like the candle had like a bunch of wax into it. You know, she grabbed it and I tried to grab it back from her, and then she hit me in my sides, in my arms, in my chest, I think my neck. And she kicked me in my groin with her heel.
So describe her hitting you, like, do you recall what hand she was hitting you with?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall if it was an open fist, a fist or a fist? It was a fist. It's like a punch. Okay. All right.
Punches and kicks.
How many times do you think she hit you?
I don't know, I probably got like maybe like 4 or 5 punches and like one decent kick and one not so decent kick.
Okay. And what made her stop?
The candle went out.
Okay. So the candle goes out.
Yeah.
And what does she do?
She went and lay down.
Okay.
She was just like, I'm so over this shit.
So she goes to lay down on the bed?
Right.
Okay.
Well, so when did that, what you're describing, when did that start? Did it start when you guys got to Bolton?
Literally was at a thing at park and just like went from being like happy road trip to.
So what was the ride like from New Hampshire to Bolton?
Fun. So it's like, I'm telling you, like, this is how it was, and then through the thing at park, and then this is how it was. Like, just literally 180. Like,
Do you have any idea what precipitated to that?
no. No. Like,
So it sounds like what you're saying is that she didn't want the candles on, she didn't want the music playing, and that's what she was kicking you and punching you?
yeah.
And then when the candle went out, it sounds like you're saying she stopped, and she went lay in bed.
Yeah.
How much time passed between when she went to lay in bed and to when you got the clock out? If you had to put a time period on that.
Maybe like. I would say between 10 and 15 minutes. If that's.
So she was laying in bed 10 to 15 minutes before. Was she sleeping when you jumped on top of her?
You know, 15 minutes actually sounds long, but it's probably more like 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't long. Like,
Was she doing anything? Was she awake? Was she sleeping?
no, she was awake. She was awake, just like grumbling a bunch of shitty, hurtful things.
So after the candle went out and she was in bed, she was still grumbling a bunch of hurtful things to you?
Yeah, she wasn't sleeping. Like, she was just miserable.
Do you recall what those hurtful things that she was saying to you were in context of them?
Just like, you know, saying, just repeating, I'm so done. Like, I'm not doing this shit with you. Like,
And while she was in bed, where were you with the boss?
oh, I was sitting right here on this little couch. I right touch on that.
Sure. I think we had asked where the clock was currently, but where did you get it from?
It was in the closet.
Where's the closet?
This is the closet.
Okay.
It was in the couch.
Okay. Does Emily have a cell phone? Do you know where that is?
No.
Have you seen it since you shot her?
And I tossed a couple things in the bag and I threw the bag away.
Okay.
So it's probably in the bag.
All right, well, tell me about that bag that you threw away. What else might be in that bag?
A pair of shoes. Your glasses. Your wallet.
Where did you throw that away?
I think when I went to get gas. Trash.
Okay. At a gas station?
Yeah.
Do you know which gas station?
I honestly don't. I think. I feel like I stopped and like put like a little bit of fuel in at every single gas station that I drove by.
If you saw the gas station again, would you be able to kind of point it out, or would it help kind of refresh your
Maybe
memory?
it's a mobile. It's like a mobile.
Okay, maybe a mobile.
Yeah.
If you saw, like, if you were back in the area driving by, would that help refresh your memory as to where you threw that stuff? I mean, there's a lot of gas stations between Fulton and St. Albans, right?
Yeah.
So, so it's something we might be interested in looking for. It might be hard to find without a little help from you.
Yeah. I think it's a mobile. It's a mobile.
Do you know a town?
I think it's Richmond.
Maybe a mobile in Richmond?
Yeah.
And which garbage can would you have used?
The one that's at the pump.
Oh, the one right at the pump.
Touch of paper or gas job?
The card.
On a debit card or credit card?
Yes.
Is it your card or was it Emily's?
Mine.
Okay. What bank?
Can you have some water?
Yeah. You want to take 2 minutes?
Give me some water here. Need to take a break, Joe? Bathroom or what? Some water, you good?
I got some water.
Okay.
Something hot. Here's something.
Okay. Let me see what I can get for you.
Oh, I'll get that.
Joe, here's some food. Let me go get you some water and see what I can find for the food, okay?
You doing okay, Joe?
Any guys?
Clips?
No, thank you. James is gonna do some other.
You okay, bud? Here's some water. What do you have in your, I got some coffee, hot coffee. What do you have in that, cream or sugar or both? Just black. Okay.
I gotta pee. Can I go pee?
Yeah.
together.
Okay.
Need anything else? You good?
Some company?
Yeah, I'll stand right here. Absolutely.
You come sit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
What's your name?
I'm Sam.
Sam.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Joseph.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'll show you. No problem.
How long have you been in Vermont?
I've been in Vermont my whole life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been in state police for almost 24 years now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yep. Thank you for coming in and speaking with us. It's not easy to do. You're doing the right thing.
I never thought in a million years, dude. I never thought anybody could push me to that. I don't know if I want to do that. You're gonna take me somewhere, right?
What's that?
You're gonna take me somewhere so I can't do that again?
Okay. Yeah. Just want to make sure you're okay.
No. No, I'm not okay.
It's going to take time.
I'm sorry. I know
Okay,
that's...
so I want you to ask for your sandwich. So you're a tattoo artist? Is it? That's cool. How long have you been doing that?
For 20 years.
Oh, geez. What's the best part of doing that? And what's your favorite part of doing that, I should say?
Creativity. What's your favorite part of doing this?
Just trying to do the best we can for people's families. Probably. A lot of the things we do, unfortunately, the things that have happened, we can't undo. So, pretty much doing the best we can to move forward for everybody.
How does that usually go?
Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it's a little difficult.
I don't even know where to go from here. Like, I don't... My mind is so broken. I can't even express it.
Take it one day at a time.
Yeah.
turkey sandwich.
Yes, sir.
I asked if it was from Twigs. They did not go to Twigs.
Twigs.
Let me grab you a couple of,
napkin or something? I'll go grab some.
you don't eat carbs, do you? You took all the bread off. I noticed that.
Smart man.
Little lettuce wrap. Do what you got to do, right?
Well, I mean, if I'm not burning the calories, why would I put them in?
All right. And you got, is that coffee?
No.
Okay, good. Yeah. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we give you 2 minutes so you can finish your sandwich?
You got more questions?
Yeah, I do. But I don't want to, I want you to have an opportunity to eat and drink a cup of coffee. We'll take 2 minutes. Actually, probably could hit the head and we'll come right back in. Sound fair? And I want to get you some napkins.
Napkins, we're making a mess.
Yeah, that's okay. Here you go.
I'll be right back.
It's like winter up there. What's it now?
I know, I was outside all night.
You stayed outside all night? With what you have on?
I got myself up in the tarp.
Must have been cold.
Freaking freezing in Syria. It was wet. Fucking cold. Can I take my shoes off?
If you want to. Yeah. It's fine. I'll take your shoes off.
I just,
Just relax.
I feel so shitty, like anything that can make me feel anything.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is weird.
Not weird at all.
I'm not okay, and I don't know how to be okay, so I'm gonna start trying little stuff. Maybe something. Listen, I got sweaty, so we're okay. I'm not getting it yet.
Yeah, just don't get naked.
Yeah, I'm not.
Other than that, you're fine.
I'm not doing that. Married?
No. Do you do all the artwork on yourself? Or did somebody else do that for you?
My artwork?
Yeah, I just saw you had a tattoo on your foot.
Maybe someone beat me.
That's cool. Did you do that yourself or somebody else do it?
Somebody else?
Yeah. Did you do the artwork for it?
No. One of them was. Hey,
All set? Still working on it, or?
come in. All right. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. I'll let you guys get business. Don and I will talk after.
Thanks, man. So I do have, and I think Seth probably has some follow-up questions as well.
Okay.
And, you know, I kind of want to just let you know that the reason, you know, details are important, right? And I appreciate you willing to have this, your willingness to have this conversation. but details are important. Details are what is going to help bring some closure to the family and Emily's parents. And, you know, we want to be able to do that as best that we can. Right. And what will help us is some of the things that may seem like very small details are things that might be the piece that helps bring that closure, right? So, you know, what trash can Emily's stuff is in, her wallet, you know, that wallet might be the piece that helps them cope with some of this stuff. And we want to be able to bring that back to them. Okay. So the details of, I don't know what gas station you stopped at, what trash can you used, that's why we ask those types of questions. So we have a few more. We want to kind of dig into the details a little bit and try to understand this. One of the first things that I wish I'd asked initially was, when this happened, what were you wearing? What clothing did you have on when you shot him?
I don't know. Maybe just like a t-shirt.
Okay.
Just like a t-shirt.
Was it that t-shirt?
I don't think it was his t-shirt.
Okay. What t-shirt was it?
I feel like I took a shower at some point and changed my t-shirt. I'm sorry, one of the t-shirts.
Okay. Do you know what you had on? Did you have pants on?
No.
No pants on?
No, I don't have to, I don't.
Underwear?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Earlier you kind of described that, you know, it was messy and there was some blood. Did that get on you?
No.
Why did you take a shower?
It's cold.
Okay. Do you know where the clothes, the t-shirt, and the underwear that you had on that day, do you know where those are?
Probably in the hamper.
Okay, on the bus. Did you throw those out? Like, no? Okay. So is there anything other than Emily's cell phone, her shoes, her glasses, and her wallet? Anything else that got thrown out? No? Okay. Because one of the goals that Seth and I will have is to try to track that stuff down, because I'm sure you can understand that, you know, that's probably going to be meaningful to some people.
Dave, or just saying.
Just out of curiosity, what was the item you was rid of? Just out of curiosity, what was the purpose of getting rid of them?
What?
The shoes, the glasses, and stuff.
Oh, I don't know. It was on the bed. It was like there was shit everywhere, and it was.
Shit, meaning in blood?
Like, no. There was some blood. Well, okay. I'm sorry. I don't mean poop. There was like the contents earlier described, glasses, things,
right.
all included things. Those things are what I'm referencing.
Gotcha. Those are other things mixed in with those items?
What about like did the bed have sheets on it? Where are the sheets that were on the bed? And like the pillowcase or?
They're in a bag on the bus.
They're in a bag on the bus. A different bag. Can you describe the bag that you threw in the trash that contained the cell phone, the shoes, the glasses? Was that also just a trash bag, or was it a special kind of bag?
It was like a straw bag, like a plastic.
What color was it?
It was like a white bag.
A white bag? Either a Hannaford, a Shaw's, or a Market Basket bag?
Yeah.
And are you still pretty content that was a mobile enrichment? Well, let me ask you this. By chance, did you keep any of your gas receipts? So that way we can take a look and see what you find in the store.
Where the hell did I go? Oh, yeah, I think I stopped at that gas station right there in Colorado. Yeah.
What was plan with Emily's body? Like if the police hadn't shown up last night at the Langs and had the bus, what was your plan?
I didn't really have a plan. I was just gonna like take it into the woods and drop it off.
Where?
I don't know. Like I said, I had no plan. I was just gonna take it into the woods and drop it off.
If you could talk to Emily's parents, is there anything that you would say?
I mean, clearly I would apologize for being such a shit.
Without Emily, what would you say to Emily?
You don't fucking treat people like this. I mean, your mom and her stepdad are sweet people. So, I don't know, I just wish she was like, I guess I wouldn't say that I wish she was the same person that I met. Like I wish somebody would have told me sooner, like, oh, by the way, it's gonna get real ugly.
How long have you two been together?
Year and a half or
Four. How'd you guys first meet?
I was teaching her friend how to pierce, and
Was she into like tats and piercing too? Did she do that stuff?
she didn't do it, she just got like the studio copy tattoo piercing.
Yep.
But yeah, her friend was trying to learn. And so I said, call a friend in. And it was a friend. She pierced her ear and I pierced her nose.
How soon after when you guys first met, did you guys like start dating or acting out or whatever?
I think 2 years.
So you guys have known each other for a while.
Well, like we met just that once.
Yep.
And then, Lauren was trying to get a tattoo and Emily wanted to get a tattoo, so they came. They got some artwork.
Yep. So what was, so like, I guess, if you want to call it a thing, where you guys like entered into like a relationship, what was your guys' relationship like? I mean, what you kind of described as kind of a hostile relationship that.
So it literally.
When did that?
6 days ago, probably, if I had to guess.
So for the year and a half that you guys have been dating, like, has there ever been any domestic violence or, physical abuse or anything between the two of you?
Again, same kind of thing, like, it starts off, like, with her just, like, looking through my phone, and then she'll walk right up to you and just punch you in the side of your eyeball.
Is it because she didn't, and what was the reason behind her looking at your phone?
She was, like, just trying to, like, see, like, read all my texts and who I was talking to.
Gotcha.
Why are you still friends with this bitch? And then punch to the eyeball. So I'm like, okay, well, that's extreme.
So I just want to clarify something, because I might be wrong. You and Emily are married, correct? When did you guys get married?
October.
Of this year? Like this October?
No, it was we just celebrated a year in October.
Okay. Got it. I just wanted to, I thought I had heard that, but I wanted to make sure you were.
So 6 months prior, you guys first started dating, then you got married after
I don't know, she asked me to marry her, and it was like maybe like 3 weeks. We started seeing each other and like hanging out a lot in Vermont. And then we moved to Essex. We got a place together. I think that was maybe like June. And then it was like, we were only there like I said, it felt like 3 weeks. And she was like, popped in the question.
So getting back to the, kind of like the physical altercations, you spoke about a time when, I don't know if you're speaking generally or you're speaking about a certain specific time where she looked at your phone and then came up and punched you.
Oh, that was more than one time.
So that situation happened more than once?
Yeah.
Is there other instances?
That was the first, the one I described was the first time. And then, it wasn't like weekly, maybe like bi-weekly or every 3 weeks or something like that.
Like arguments or like physical fights?
I'm talking like physical where I get hit.
Yeah.
Isn't that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I get hit, it's like roughly every 3 weeks.
Was there ever any times when you would fight back?
No.
Or you would hit her or anything like that?
No. I would only grab her because she would be like, she wouldn't stop. Like she wouldn't stop until I physically had her arms held. And she couldn't.
Right.
Like, but no, it wasn't like.
So the situations you're describing where she hit you and you grab her to make her stop.
Yeah.
She would obviously stop. What was the conversation like between the two of you after that happened?
I don't know, like it just like all the trust kind of ran out of our relationship. And, I would like ask like simple questions like, yo, like, what did you do? She's supposed to be like carpooling with somebody. And then she's like, yeah, I'm gonna carpool with Daniel or Michael or whatever the fuck. And like, it's like, oh, I got the address, and she showed me that she had the address. And then I remember seeing it. Like, and then I remember this one time when it was just like, we went outside, she went to work. Her work was south, and she drove north. I was like, that's weird. So I followed her, got in my car, and I was like, okay, what the hell's up this way? Usually she would like braid her hair before she would go to the hospital. No, she didn't braid her hair. She went the wrong direction. So I was like, okay, let's see what this is about. And I was like, I know she got this address to go to North Avenue, so let's see if she goes. Sure enough, she went to North Avenue. Yeah, so I brought it up. I was like, hey, what's up with that? Like, you were just not gonna like talk about that or what? And same kind of thing. Just walks up, and just starts laying into me. Ripped my shirt, ripped my necklace, knocked my earrings out, like screaming and kicking and flailing and just like the whole thing. So yeah. That answer any question?
Yeah, no, I think that it gave you certainly a perspective on kind of like what your relationship was like. That's kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah, she either wanted to like, just like snuggle and watch TV or fight.
With Emily's phone that was thrown away, did you use that phone after the incident? Did you turn it off?
cell phone?
Maybe a couple times.
And what kind of phone do you have?
It's like a iPhone.
Do you know like the
X.
iPhone X? Do you know the phone number?
802-355-8485.
355-8485? Is that a, do you know, is that like Verizon phones? AT&T?
No, it's
AT&T? Okay. And you used that, what did you use that for after the incident? Did you talk to anyone?
I talked to Spencer, I talked to Sarah, I talked to message some clients.
When you say you message clients, is that regular like text message or like Facebook message?
I mean, it bounces between like Facebook Messenger, Instagram messaging, and regular messages.
So, is it
Pretty much everything but email.
Is it accurate to say that on Friday, from when this incident happened through today sitting here, you used Facebook Messenger, Instagram Messenger, regular text message to communicate with people on that phone?
Yeah.
Okay. How many Facebook accounts do you have? Do you just have one? I know some people have a couple.
My ex made a Facebook account that I can't delete.
Okay, so there's more than one out there.
There's more than one out there.
But you only use one?
I don't use one. I never really use Facebook. Like I use Messenger, but
What's your Facebook name?
my name.
It's your name. Picture of you? Okay, perfect. Did you use your phone at all to like search anything? Really? Like were you like, what do I do? That kind of thing? Did you do any like Google searches or Safari searches about what you should do?
No.
Didn't look up anything?
No.
Okay. Just asking.
No,
Kind of make sure.
That's a normal question.
Did you use your phone to search anything this past weekend related to what happened on Friday? No.
No, I didn't have any questions.
Okay.
Nothing that I was like, ooh, I wonder what the other humans do. Like, I fucked up already, and that's really good.
One thing I would like to do, which I think this is important, and I don't want to do it yet because I have some other questions, but before we're done here, I'd like to document if you have any injuries, because you kind of explained to us you get hit, that kind of thing. So if you have any marks, injuries, anything like that, I just want to make sure that we take the opportunity to document those, okay?
I don't think so.
Okay. We'll cross that bridge in just a second. I do have a couple other questions.
Cool.
And what I'd like to do is take some photographs. Any marks there?
No. I wasn't asking mud.
Okay.
No. Is there anything that coming?
I don't see anything there, but we'll look a little closer in just a second. When you said earlier that you put the bag over Emily's head, did you just put it over her head or like her whole body in the bag?
Now her body's backed up.
Her whole body's backed up. Describe that to me.
So, I cut her body and put it in multiple bags.
Okay. Tell me about that. How did you cut her body?
I used a saw and cut her body into smaller, backed it up, and I was going to take it in the woods.
Okay. Where did you do that?
In the bus.
On the bus? Okay. Where's the saw?
On the bus.
What kind of saw is it? Describe it to me. Just a hand saw? Can you describe it?
have, maybe I can pull this picture back out, just so I can,
Maybe I'll go in the driver's seat.
well, where was Emily located when you did that?
Where?
Like, where on the bus did you cut her body up?
Oh, in the bathroom.
In the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. Why in the bathroom? I haven't been on the bus, but I imagine the bathroom's pretty small. Yeah.
I mean, it's like a 4 minute.
Okay. Alright. Where was she positioned when you cut her body up?
I moved her to the bathroom, and then yeah, and then I put her in a small, bag.
Where on her body did you cut?
Okay, I took the arms and the legs, and the feet and the head.
So, both arms, both legs, the feet and the head, so that would be, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different pieces, roughly?
That's right.
Okay. How did you package them? Like, what's with what in the bags?
I don't know,
Do you know how many bags you put them in?
I think it's, like you said, I think probably like 8 bags. Right?
I don't know, I'm asking you.
8 bags.
So they're all packaged separately?
Right. That's correct.
What types of bags are those?
Garbage bags.
Why'd you do that?
Because I had to carry them. I was gonna carry them out into the woods.
Did you carry any out into the woods? Every piece of Emily's body is still on that bus?
Where I made a little circle in that little paper.
That's important.
Yeah.
I should ask this before I go. So, we talked about jumping on the bed and shooting her. Was she wearing clothes at that point?
Yeah.
So, from that point, carried her into the bathroom, and so what happened to her clothes?
I cut them over.
Okay. And where are those?
They're probably in one of those bags.
Okay. So the clothes that were on her are more than likely in the bags with her?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry guys, I know this is probably not an awesome way to have your day go.
Well, those are the details that I was talking about that are important for us to know.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, this investigation is going to take time. Those details will come out, but, I think it's better to hear it from you. So, with that being said, what else haven't we talked about that is important for us to know about what happens to Emily?
That's it. We talked about all of it.
Yeah, all of it.
I don't know what else to tell you. Like, I can tell you that I wish it didn't happen. I wish I could turn back time. I wish that I was just, I don't know. She was saying how she's like, I'm gonna fucking ruin your life, and I'm gonna make sure you lose your license, and I'm gonna make sure nobody ever comes to you again. And I was just, scared, and I was hurt. And
why was she saying that?
I don't know. I don't know, James. Like, it was ridiculous. Like, she literally was trying to break me down any way that she would. Like, I don't know if you've ever just, like, wanted to be a dick, but, I mean, I don't do it that well, like, so,
yeah.
I'm usually just like, okay, like, we'll talk about it, fix it, whatever, but.
So you felt she was being kind of like a dick just to be a dick?
Yeah.
Alright.
Like, I don't think that, like, I suppose it would be like,
if I mean, I told you guys, and you're just both like looking at me, you know, but I'm sure you're thinking like, wow, this dude, what the fuck? You know, like, what pushes a man to do such a thing? Like, I would never do that. And I believe me, if you would have asked me last week, I would have said the same thing.
Look, I've never been here, so, you know, our job we're not sitting here to judge you, Joe. That's
I
not
know,
our job.
I'm not saying it's judgment.
We're fact finders, and, you know, we talk to people for a living. You know, this isn't the first time that we've talked to people that sat across the table and said that they regret things that they've done, and they've done bad things. And it probably won't be the last time.
That would probably have a couple more today.
Maybe.
Hope not.
I think the other important thing I wanted to just circle back to is the timeline of Friday. So, you know, when you come from New Hampshire to Vermont, you know, it's my understanding, you told us that your sister had an Airbnb. And I just want to clarify, because I think you said basically put it in park.
It seems like we're going perhaps a new subject and getting on towards 4:15. So I think this would be a good time to break the weekend. I will reiterate my admonition. Please don't talk about this case with anyone. Please don't try and find out anything about this case. Read any news source about anything, because this case may very well be in that. And just enjoy your weekend independent of anything we've discussed here. We'll learn about facts about the case only in the courtroom. Did you want to bring up?
I just want to renew my objection to the admission of the testimony concerning the dismemberment. Having heard more of the specifics now than we discussed in voir dire, I would like the testimony excluded from the jury's consideration, because it's so highly emotional and emotionally charged and highly prejudicial that I would like it excused. So I'm renewing my objection.
I'll give a more detailed basis for why it's coming in outside of the presence of the jury.
Thank you.
Folks, please have a good weekend. Try and enjoy this.
All right.
Any other issues to discuss?
No, thank you.
No, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. What time Monday?
We'll keep it the same time. We're running well. Good news about starting on time is that at 9 is it looks like we actually start at 9.
Okay, thank you.
But again, 8 attorneys, Mr. Ferlazzo will be here at 8:30.
Yeah.
Discuss any issues that come up.
And then, right there, you're talking to him about what he did after Kaylee left the apartment, and he responded with he was going to Walmart. And did he indicate what he bought at Walmart?
Yes, tape and some food, I believe.
All right. Now I'm going to hand you what State's Exhibit 50. Have you seen that receipt before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is that receipt?
This is a receipt from Walmart for duct tape. Item sold, 1.
All right, no food. It was just duct tape, right?
Yes, sir.
And I believe he said tape. He didn't say duct tape, right?
He says tape. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, were you able to observe footage of Tim Harrington at the Walmart?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you able to establish the time of day on July 8th, 2022 that Tim Harrington was at the Walmart?
Yes, we were, and then we also were able to obtain the receipt. July the 8th, 6:49 was when he checked out at Walmart.
What number is it? You ready? All right, we're going to display on your screen, on the podium system, Exhibit 49.
Have a ADM.
Yes, sir. It's already been received.
Right. I don't mind.
Now, as sometimes happens, the video system at Walmart, as far as recording the timestamp, was it working properly?
No, it wasn't.
All right, but you do have the receipt. All right, it is consistent.
646.
Okay. When you reviewed it, the legacy software system is now working properly. and the time on the receipt, if you don't mind, hit document. July 2022, 6:49.
Yes.
That's Walmart. All right, so do you have the, on this exhibit, the car driving in? It's a different color.
It's not gonna be able to do it. They go down. I just have to go through and see.
Okay.
See, all right. Rooftop, it may be this one here.
All right. Do you see the image displayed on your screen?
See a barcode.
That?
What I'm saying. All right.
There we go. What about now?
I see rooftop Walmart parking lot.
All right. And if you could, why was this camera angle important to the investigation?
Because it shows Tim Harrington's vehicle coming into the parking lot.
All right. And what kind of vehicle was Tim Harrington driving at this point?
White Ford Escape.
So we're looking for a white Ford Escape?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let us know as we play the video when you see that vehicle.
At this time, that's the vehicle coming in to the, going down the road to the parking spot right here. Beside a white car, appears to be near a buggy, where you put the buggies back.
All right.